You guys really miss me that much? God. Oh my god, you guys. Anyways, hi guys, it's me again. You know, Like 14. You know, you guys should probably just forget about me. Fucking 2 days of me not streaming, and y'all are already having withdrawal symptoms. I'm looking at you, Bingus. Dear God. Nice to see you guys, though. Nice to see you guys. Today is a special case because, well, chapter 1 of, chapter 1 of, whatchamacallit? The chapter 1 of Myth of the Machine just finished, and yeah, I guess I'm gonna read it. Don't act like you didn't miss our prompts. Well, there wasn't really that much prompts at the time, so you're fine. Alright. Now you... yeah, hold on, give me a minute. I just sat politely. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, Bingus. You're the one that's like going hard with the withdrawal symptoms because you keep spamming me messages. Anyway. We ain't forgetting you ever. Damn it. Why? But why? Where are you guys? Come on. Haha. And this is why I'm not I never wanted to stream, Bingus, because you were slandering my man. You're slandering my man. Sorry. Anyway, bringing this out right here. There you go. Okay, so let's do this. How are Cup and Bendy handling their situation? Are they okay? Oh God, that doesn't get any easier to look at, I'd say. Who took my coat? I look so naked without it. Where's Mugman and Boris? They need to return Cuphead's coat. Watch where you're going! Ah! Hey, there's my coat! With our whole and unarmed brothers attached. Your man is still a ghost. I don't give a fuck. Mugman, look, it's your brother. Cuphead! There you are! I couldn't find you. I thought, no thanks to you, mugshot. Your aim is getting a little too good. Should you be worrying about how your brother is, Cuphead? When you blasted my face off, my soul liquid went far. Last thing I remember was flying 5 miles through the forest. Speaking of soul liquid, where is yours? You're dead near empty! Boris, you too. There's Bendy too. Ah! Shut up! Do you want to wake up the entire aisle? Mugs, give Cuphead his coat back now. He's got cold. Now come on, hand over my coat. For the love of it's not yours! You just fitted it better. And your singing still sucks. Ah! So, what are you gonna do about the Cuphead being the ghost thing? Boris, it took us all day to lose those searches. Boris, it took us all day to lose those searchers. So I really need you to process this later. In the meantime, I need those two to tell us what the plan is. Wait a minute. So, it was gonna tell Boris and Mugman about the deal. What? You're listening to them now? No. They listen to me. I know what you are, Bendy. I know what you are. Oh no. Oh boy. Surely Mugman takes this super well. What? Oh my god. You half-witted scarf! You sold our souls again! Look, my soul's exposed. It was either going to be the searchers or the demon. Besides, That map leads to the ink machine. That changes everything. Forget the mission. I'll fix everything, Mugs. Just trust me. You got us into this mess. You are going to get us out. I haven't done this in years. Let's pray I still can. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh, this one. Oh. Hey, Cuphead. Where's your head at? Okay, so... slight problem. I don't think Calyxaneme thingy is working, because, I ain't got no Calyx. What do you mean? For fuck's sake! What was that? Oh my god. What do we do? Bendy? The map! Ah, not again! Follow the path. Rest in peace, bird poop. You aren't the real one. What do you mean you can't find them? I've told you! The last known location of the collectors was almost 2 decades ago! And when we did see them at the Ink and Paint, there were no reports because you covered it up! Only because someone told the whole world where the map would be! You have a caller, sir. Answer, Toodles. Answering. House of Mouse speaking. Call off your bounty. I'll handle Bendy and Boris myself. Who is... Connection terminated. Apologies, sir. So I'm guessing Mickey doesn't know who that is either. There has to be something missing. There has to be something I'm missing. Where could they be? It's just one thing after the other. Bendy and Boris. Why do I still recognize that name? Bendy and Boris. Bendy and... If only there were any way to figure out where they could be going. Bendy and... I know where they're going! Toodles, where are the old studio posters? Filing third filing cabinet to the left, sir. You still got that whimsy. That's funny as hell. I'm crazy. I must be crazy. If I could think for even a second that I could... Whoa, follow the paths. So got them. You have got to be joking. We got best upcoming act, Dandy and Bendy in Darling Dancers Day. End of chapter 1. That's the end of chapter 1, everybody. Okay, end of stream. Bye, guys. Fine, I won't end this. Fine, I won't actually. Fine, I won't actually end the stream this early. But listen, okay? But listen, I'm dealing with someone who is currently asleep. If you could just open the damn thing, thank you. Give me a minute, hold on. That's how chapter 1 ends. Insane, I know. Honestly fits though, considering they're both cartoons and they have smiles on their face. Isn't it gonna come today? He was currently very sleepy, so I figured I wouldn't bother him. Although we are still at call, if you look at this one. He's just, I'm just deafened. Unless you guys want me to undeafen, because that'll be fucking funny, low-key. Just like, what's up? I'm streaming, and you're asleep. Ah ha ha ha. Alright. Sorry, chat. No layer 3 at the moment. Sorry. Listen, I know you guys probably want ink here, but right now, nah, not yet. Alright. I use paint in my drawing. Dandy fumbled bendy, I'm calling it. Oh well. Flower ink. Okay. In your mom. Anyway, nuh-uh, this is our time with Zeph. Let ink sleep. Why? You guys don't want ink to be here? Damn. Hold on, give me a minute. No, I want ink to be here. Zeph was a seagull in their past life trust. Yeah, basically. I'm gonna make an OC character about Frenzy's parents coming after death. I would... Well, you know what? Do whatever, but I don't personally want AI stuff. Sorry. Watching others draw digitally is so inspiring, but also so scary. I'm out here teaching myself traditional. Zeph is a huge inspiration to me. Aw, thank you, EK. I can assure you it's not that bad. Honest. Beyond, did you change your PFP? Oh. Yeah, Cassie, you weren't there. I told you. Layer 3 incident. There's probably gonna be more layer 3s. I'm just saying. I mean, what? Nah. Why would you think I would? No. No. Don't know much what to do. No. No, Bingus. You have done a lot of shit. So therefore, I'm not giving you Oswald content. Sorry. Also, this is gonna be playing in the background.
As I said in the beginning,
if you
there
don't
will be
mind.
no
I
actual
just love
jump scares in
icebergs,
this video,
okay?
so try not to worry too much during this section of the iceberg. Now, I was very confused when I first stumbled upon this part of the iceberg because I don't understand why it's so low. Everyone and their mom should know what a jump scare video is by now, as jump scare videos are a majorly known thing on the internet. If for some reason you don't know what it is...
We did end up going out today. I went to his house, Lamau. Anyway. But you promised, did I? I don't remember making that promise. Totally.
It's just a video with a fake premise in the beginning, which gives you a false sense of security, and then right when you least expect it in the video will throw a scary figure in front of your face and
I gave y'all fucking Oswald content. That should be enough, okay?
The ghostly car ad,
I know I've been drawing a lot of
jump scare,
stuff,
and the rocking chair
like,
video. These are just some notable ones that I remember myself, and there are probably a lot of one-offs that you and I have had personal experiences with. For example, I know one by the name of Toy Story Secrets, which scarred me as a kid.
I really
watching
appreciate
it now, it's not even that scary, but as a kid, I was very scarred by it. These videos have been around YouTube since the dawn of its creation, so I'm very confused as to why this is so low on the list. The Dawn is your enemy. The Dawn is your enemy is a reference to an Adult Swim bumper that would play as a sign-off bump to the network. I believe that there is a creepypasta tied to all this, but the main reason this is on the list is because it traumatized a lot of kids. Much like how I have childhood trauma from when I'd be watching a TV show and then suddenly one of those flash flood warnings would come on air. This bumper aired during the early morning when the last episode of Adult Swim would come on, and it served as a way to scare kids off of the TV so that they wouldn't realize that there was a different side to Cartoon Network. The phrase, "the dawn is your enemy," is in reference to how the dawn, which in this case is the morning, is actually your enemy. It's your enemy because of how late you stayed up to watch this bumper. Adult Swim actually aired a follow-up to this bumper on May 17th of 2020 after an episode of American Dad. The bumper was changed slightly though, as it was changed to say "the dawn is your frenemy" and was created with the creepypasta in mind. They even have a red balloon fly up and the sun wink at the viewer like in the creepypasta. This will bring us to layer 4. Layer 4 is where I feel like the iceberg has a clear drop off. While some of the stuff on layer 4 is relatively well known still, a lot of these videos, minus the first entry, have a ton of mystery surrounding their origins as well as random folklore spread by word of mouth. This is where we begin the real rabbit hole of disturbing media. Self-care PSA in this time of quarantine. This isn't your typical PSA, which is produced by a huge corporation. However, that doesn't make the message behind this one any less impactful. This video was posted on May 23rd of 2020 and was aptly titled Self-Care PSA in this time of quarantine, which is an obvious reference to the worldwide quarantine that took place when the pandemic started. If you want to experience it yourself, which I highly recommend as it's only a minute long, look in the description for a link to that video, go watch it, and then come straight back here. Now, this video is actually quite disturbing, and it's because of how much truth there is to the visuals and the story. It starts off with this character with horns talking to the viewer, telling them how troubling these times can be. Then we get our first weird occurrence when this figure appears in the window for one frame of the video. The video continues, detailing how we should focus on small victories such as waking up at a reasonable hour and exercising consistently. Then we get another eerie part come up. The music suddenly slows down and we hear a constant static sound playing on loop when this text pops up saying, ignoring the noises downstairs. Then we jump to another little victory, staying productive, which is short-lived when we are shown what is downstairs. We get put into the point of view of whoever lives in this home walking down to their basement. As they make their way down to the basement, this black figure is revealed to be standing in the corner of this dark room. All of a sudden, the video turns hyper-realistic, with the black figure sporadically making its way toward the camera. Suddenly, the music cuts out and is replaced by this ear-splitting sharp noise that honestly made my heart jump out of my chest the first time I heard it. Then the black figure begins whispering to the viewer, asking them when was the last time they went outside, questioning how long it's been since you've seen your friends or family, ending with this black screen. Luckily, we don't have to look too deep for the meaning behind this art piece. It serves as a representation of what everyone was going through during the start of the pandemic. With all of this time to ourselves, most of us were optimistic at the start, waking up at an earlier time, exercising more, and just overall being more productive. But we all had a breaking point, that black pit lurking in our basement, those dark and depressing thoughts reminding us just how lonely and isolated we were, how truly sad it was that we were stuck in our homes for longer than we anticipated. Just how much longer could we go without seeing our friends and family?
Again or something?
That
Jesus
is what this
Christ.
PSA is meant to capture, and it does so pretty well, showcasing these dark thoughts as a physical entity, taking up space in the darkest depths of our minds, with it only being a matter of time before we decide to humor the figure and listen to what it has to say. I Feel Fantastic. I Feel Fantastic is a video uploaded by Creepyblog in April of 2009. The video gained mass popularity almost immediately because of what the video entailed. The video begins with an animatronic robot named Tara that begins singing a song about how she feels fantastic. It is definitely a very creepy and eerie video from the look of it, but for the fans of the video at the time, it would only get weirder. Towards the end of the video, this clip randomly cuts in where it's literally just a clip of grass in the wilderness, presumably someone's backyard. Many theories came out explaining how this video was uploaded by someone that killed and murdered somebody. After killing said person, they took all of the clothes off of the victim, which is presumably a woman, and they hid the woman in a hole underground. They then dressed up their homemade animatronic in the victim's clothes and made it sing. This is why the animatronic keeps saying, "I feel fantastic." For whatever sick fetish the killer had, he wanted to picture the woman that he killed saying this over and over again. The killer then decided to upload a video of it singing and tease at where the remains of the body lies, and thus we have this clip here. This has actually been debunked, as there is a website that explains who made the android and how much it cost to make it. I believe that there is another website out there from the maker himself that explains how he made the robot and what it can do. So no murder story here, but it's still a great story nonetheless. Blank Room Soup. Blank Room Soup is a YouTube video that shows a man being seemingly tortured by two weird mascots. The torturing that is taking place is forcing this guy to eat this soup that to this day has its contents unknown. This video surfaced around 2005 but didn't gain widespread popularity until a few years later, around 2015. There are apparently 3 other videos that spawned after the creation of this one, with the second edition being the same type of video as the first. Both the first and the second video are the same in the sense that it's just a video of two masked people watching the same guy eat the same bowl of soup. The main difference though is that in the second video, the two figures stand at the back of the room until the end of the video, where one of the costume figures lunges at the man, and then the video suddenly cuts to black and seemingly ends. The third edition in the Blank Room Soup series is a 10-second video where the figures just seem to have captured a new person and held them captive. The last video in the series is where it gets a bit more interesting. The last and final video is a 30-second clip taken by what I assume to be a random bystander on the street. The video itself is just a clip of one of the masked figures from the first three videos standing and guarding the front of this unknown location. The full story of these videos goes as follows. The figures captured the first guy, tortured him, and killed him. Then they captured a new person and are now guarding the area or building that they keep the guy captive in. Now on the surface, you might just write these videos off as just another weird story. But that's actually wrong, and this is where the creepiness factor intensifies. As opposed to the later additions to this iceberg, the origins of the Blank Room Soup videos still remain a mystery to this day. What I mean by this is that no one from the video's creation has outright came forward and said these videos are fake, and no one has been able to outright prove that the videos are in fact fictional. However, there are a good set of facts that point to this video's creation being nothing more than an attempt at making a shocking art piece. The rest of what I'm about to say is all known facts. The character figures that you see on screen are actually from Raymond S. Percy's artwork collection. They actually have a name as well. One single head is called a Ray Ray. He created several of these Ray Ray costumes and did lots and lots of performances with them. He has stated in an email that these costumes were in fact stolen by some unknown people at one of his shows that he did, and shortly after, the Blank Room Soup videos appeared online. So the narrative that the creator himself puts forward is that someone stole the costumes and then they made the Blank Room Soup videos. Raymond then tries to cover up for the fact that he made more videos and performances with the Ray Ray costumes after the Blank Room Soup videos came out by stating that he just simply had extras. It's this narrative that I can't wrap my head around, and I just don't buy it. Remember guys, just because the creator says something doesn't mean it's true. I say this because in Blank Room Soup 3, the guy being kidnapped has actually been identified, and he's part of a band that Raymond worked with. The name of the man in the video is Gil Sharon, and he was part of a band called Stolen Babies. Stolen Babies had many other videos animated by Raymond S. Percy. Knowing this, the narrative that Raymond put forward in his emails falls apart. If he worked with this man before and the creations were used in this video, that is a clear relationship between Raymond and this kidnapped person. Knowing all of this, you can already start putting two and two together. It's entirely plausible that Raymond is just one of those people that loves to keep up the illusion. Much like how a magician refuses to give up their tricks. Raymond doesn't want people to know it's all fake because the funnest part of watching these types of videos is the illusion. By the way, before moving on, I want to credit that last part of the theory to this video right here that I found on the subject. Now with all that said, let's move on. Lasagna Cat. Lasagna Cat is a YouTube series created by the group Fatal Farm, which entails parodies of the well-known comic strip Garfield. The videos on this channel go as far back as 2007, and they have stopped uploading as of 2017. The videos from 2007 consisted of them acting out comic strips from the Garfield comic, and then shifting into a seemingly random skit after showing what comic they parodied. But then comes the videos in 2017. Now I have to say this before getting into the 2017 videos because in my research for this iceberg, I have to admit that at this point in the iceberg, I was pretty underwhelmed. And even when finding the Lasagna Cat's first videos, I was still pretty underwhelmed until I saw this video. Of everything up to this point, this is the first thing that made me physically cringe. Not at just what happens in the video, but the fact that someone actually made this 4-hour video and put it on the internet. It's just bizarre. Before I explain this video, I first have to explain another one. So in 2017, the group posted a video titled 1-800-591-3274. This video was basically a parody of any high-budget movie trailer. Lots of action sequences, cool transitions, and some high-intensity situations like this. Now this was all generally fine to me because I've already seen lots of weird stuff like this before. However, what made me cringe was this video posted on February 23rd of 2017. titled Sex Survey Results. This video is 4 hours and 40 minutes long. I repeat, 4 hours and 40 minutes long. Now, to be fair, the video is fairly normal for the first 4 hours or so. The first 4 hours consist of someone knocking on this door, one of the Garfield characters answering it, and then a mannequin reads off what I assume to be voice clips from the people that called the 1-800 number from the previous video. It's just a cycle of this. You hear the door knock, a Garfield character opens the door,
You're fine,
the
killer.
mannequin stands there for a second, a random person's 1-800 voice clip plays, and then they transition to the newspaper and it starts all over again. Now, I wasn't about to waste 4 hours watching this, so I admittedly skipped around and realized, okay, it's just 4.5 hours of people's voice clips being played. I'm not going to waste any more of my time, I'm going to go research another video. So just as I was about to click off the video and write it off as just another stupid art piece, I saw this comment. Intrigued, I skipped to the end of the video, and for the first time in my research, I just sat there and was like, what the fuck? So at about 4 hours and 39 minutes, the video takes a very, very weird turn. The main character's double opens the door, and when the door is closed, the double turns super old. We then see a shot of him staring at this random cat in a window, and then it cuts to him walking away from the house. He runs into this weird duo, which appears to be painted to look like mannequins. The mannequins drop off a briefcase, and lo and behold, the briefcase holds a stuffed version of what I assume is the cat that we saw from earlier. Then we cut to a shot where the cat's floating, then it jumps to a guy in the middle of some rocky mountains, where I can only assume that this guy presumably gets himself into a fight with this Native American figure that appears to be painted like a cat. The guy then turns into a pile of worms, the Native American person screams, and then it cuts to a girl screaming inside of a school bathroom. Now what you're about to see on screen is basically childbirth, so if you don't want to see any disturbing or graphic images, please skip past this or go to the comments. I do warn you right now, this is going to get very graphic very quickly, but I'm going to keep playing the video. Let's go. Once we get more of the shot, we actually see that this seems to be a nice church school girl giving birth to a kid and then dumps it in the toilet, leaving the baby to die. Now this scene right here, this scene is what made me say, what the fuck? Because there's so much that went into Lasagna Cat that I didn't know about, I'm going to attempt to give a very short yet very comprehensive history on how Lasagna Cat came to be and the entire meaning behind it. So the team behind Lasagna Cat, as everyone should know, is Fatal Farms. Contrary to what many might believe, Lasagna Cat was not Fatal Farms' first big project. Fatal Farms had two big projects prior to Lasagna Cat that gave them their notoriety, which led to Lasagna Cat being made. They first made a series in which they made alternate intros for various TV shows and movies. Their second project was called Infinite Solutions, which is what really put them on the map. On their second channel, Infinite Solutions, they made a tutorial video on how to gain early access to a beta version of what they called Google TV. This so-called Google TV was basically your average Netflix or Hulu-like service in which you'd be able to stream any TV show or movie right to your computer screen. Doesn't sound too crazy by today's standards, but keep in mind, at the time, Google TV was not a real thing, and neither was any sort of streaming service. This was during January 2007, and in fact, Netflix had just announced that month for the first time that they were going to be coming out with this sort of streaming service. So no service like Netflix had yet to hit the scene. So for someone to make a video claiming that Google already made one and then show proof of it was a crazy concept back then. In fact, it was so believable at the time, the creators said that friends of theirs that worked at these big tech companies like Microsoft said that those companies had to have meetings on how to compete with Google TV. Everyone and their mom thought this was an actual real thing. After this incident blew up and people realized that Infinite Solutions video was fake and that Fatal Farms was behind the entire thing, Fatal Farms was then put on the map. This allowed them to get more work opportunities. They found success filming commercials and directing some movies. The initial idea for Lasagna Cat was born when they found, in their words, a killer Garfield costume. They found this costume while browsing in a store in Compton, California. Lasagna Cat in its earliest form was thought of as what they called Every Day as Garfield, which was supposed to be a series in which every day you could watch a reenactment of the Garfield comic strip from the same day. The way they wanted to accomplish this was by waking up early, get the newspaper, then reading the Garfield comic strip for that day, then shooting an entire video based on the strip and have a video of it up by lunchtime, which would be around 12 p.m. However, because of the way the comic strip was made, Garfield and John could be seen at the beach or the vet or just any random location. So they found it was too hard to produce this type of content. So they quickly changed the series to be called 100 Days of Garfield. And from what they said, they shot over 80 of these Garfield strips. When shooting, they realized that the Garfield strips themselves weren't really all that funny on their own. They decided to just upload a few of them to the internet anyways. Before they uploaded, they decided to rehash some of their already shot Garfield scenes by putting tribute music in the background, which is what we see in some of their Garfield videos today. This was done as a satire on how people would randomly create these AMV videos where the person would put tribute music behind a montage of their favorite anime or favorite TV show. Another reason they put out the initial release of Lasagna Cat sketches was a subtle satire on how not funny the original Garfield comic strip was. Basically, the reason people find some, if not most, of these Lasagna Cat sketches funny is because of the fact that they actually exist and because of how unfunny it is to bring these comic strips to life. Now obviously there's this huge gap between their last upload and their most recent upload. The reason for this is simple. Zach Johnson and Jeffrey Max, who are the creators of Lasagna Cat, simply felt that their videos at the time were not good enough yet, and they were also just busy with other work. Eventually, we'd see the trailer for the 1-800 number, which then was also met with the release of more high-quality Lasagna Cat type videos. The amount of work I found that went into the sex survey video was astonishing. They shot this entire thing live. The reason for this was because the Fatal Farm team wanted the clock to match how long it would take to actually do this. What freaking commitment. Like, I can't even fathom the fact that that's an actual thing, but enough with history. What does all of this mean? Why the baby at the end? Why Garfield? And why any of this? Well, to put it blunt, Fatal Farms is merely criticizing how unfunny Garfield is as a comic strip. This next part comes directly from Nightmine's video, but I felt it was too good for me not to mention. Imagine you and a friend are arguing over if a Garfield strip is funny or not. You think it's trash, but they think it's the funniest thing ever. Your friend turns to you and says, well, that's because it's on paper. You wouldn't be saying this if it were acted out in person. That acted out portion is what Lasagna Cat does. They actually perform the comic strip to show you, the viewer, how terribly written this comic strip really is. Now, how does this idea tie into the sex survey video? Well, the whole video is one giant knock-knock joke, which is obvious if you watch it. I understood this when I watched it the first time, I just didn't feel the need to mention it in my video. In the sex survey video, you hear a knock at the door, the Garfield character says, "Who's there?" Then you hear a person's name.
Hey, my name's Garrett Smith.
Then the Garfield character says,
Garrett Smith, who?
And then we get the punchline, which is the person saying their name and how many sexual partners they've had.
Hey, my name's Garrett Smith, and I have had exactly 0 sex partners.
Then all of this ends with the knock-knock joke being in a comic strip. Now, what else do we know that repeats itself, is unfunny, and finds itself in a comic strip? Garfield. That's the basic premise as to why the sex survey results video is filmed the way it was. Also, fun fact before we move on, they have well over 1,000 people that called into this number. So what you see in the video is actually 1,000 people's voicemails, but they actually got far more voicemails than just 1,000. So they had to pick and choose which voicemails to put in and which ones not to. Now, once all the calls are over in the video, we have the infamous ending to the entire thing. So what is this section about? It's a commentary on how Jim Davis' work on Garfield is an unending cycle. Jim Davis being the creator of Garfield, we see Garfield morph and change from a normal cat into this horrified stuffed version of a mess. This represents the parodies and other variations that the world has seen of Garfield, such as the infamous Garfield minus Garfield strips, in which they take Garfield out of the comic to see what it would look like. As the scene goes on, John Arbuckle grows older while the Garfield character is taken way out of context, morphing it into its own thing, showing how over the years Jim Davis isn't really writing the strip anymore, but the characters themselves are basically writing the comics. They even play audio from Jim Davis where he outright states that he thinks Garfield just writes itself. The ending is supposed to be symbolic, with the birthing of this kid representing Jim Davis being born and the never-ending cycle that is Garfield. There's a bit more nuance than just what I've said here, and I feel like I can make a 30-minute video on it, and someone actually has made a video on it. If you have the time and want to know more about Lasagna Cat, go watch Nightmind's video on it. I will leave a link below
Size
because
that
he has
hates me.
a
God
much
fucking
more
damn it. I
in-depth
don't hate you.
explanation than just what I've said here. Now before we move on completely, Lasagna Cat
Yeah, you
is
got
not
the
an
lid
ARG,
off, but at
and
what
the creators
cost?
have stated multiple times that this is not in fact an ARG. Fatal Farms just likes putting weird things in their videos, but
just
everything that they
large
do
this a bit.
is purposeful.
There we
For
go.
example, the reason this girl speaks Polish is because they found out that the actress could speak Polish, so they
Please,
simply
if I
asked her to
need
deliver her
this. My mom is kinda homeless. Okay, fine. Fine, Vegas. If I read it, will you stop bothering me about it? Mickey, we haven't seen the collectors in decades. We can't know where. No. Where. Are you good? Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
original English script in Polish, just because they thought it would add to the overall absurdity of the video. There seems to be not a lot of actual reason behind their decisions other than to add to the already absurd nature of their videos. But nonetheless, everything that Lasagna Cat does is completely deliberate. Dining Room or There Is Nothing. This entry on the iceberg is a minute-long short film created by David B. Earl in 2006. The video begins with a gray-skinned girl sitting at a dining room table with her eyes closed. Her eyes then open, she starts spitting out nonsense, and as she says the nonsense, the camera zooms out slowly until the girl face plants in her bowl. The camera then stops moving and lingers for an abnormally long time until the video is reversed. The girl picks herself up from the bowl, and then we find out what she was trying to say earlier in the video. She spits out the phrase, "There is nothing," and then she closes her eyes and the video ends. The film itself is meant to spark discussion over life and death. David B. Earl has gone on record stating himself on his website, davidbearl.com, which I will link below, and explains that the film is meant to have no actual beginning or end, and no real sense of where those beginning and ends start. You can read his full explanation on his website. Feel free to check it out in the link below. Petscop. Petscop is an unfiction Let's Play web series. Unfiction means that it's a fictional story that pretends it exists in the real world with you and I. The channel started posting on March 12th of 2017, where it unveiled its first Let's Play episode. The Let's Play video itself is based around a fictional, obscure PlayStation 1 game of the same name, Petscop. The game is shown to have been created in 1997 by Garalina. The player, who goes by the name of Paul, starts playing the game and posting videos because he wants a specific person to watch these videos. He even at some points acknowledges that the videos he's posting have garnered an online presence, but he insists he doesn't care about this and only continues to post so that, quote unquote, they can watch. The game itself is nothing more than what appears to be a cutesy kids game, where you must release pets from their cages and collect them. The person talking in his videos, as said before, is named Paul, and even states himself that the game appears to be unfinished. He explores the first level of the game in the first episode, which is fine and dandy. However, when Paul enters a cheat code, the game begins to show a completely different and darker side of itself. The fun, dancey game music suddenly stops, and this is where the game starts becoming very, very weird. The entire series has 24 episodes total, with its last episode being posted on September 1st of 2019. What the series itself is about, and by the series, I literally mean the videos themselves as a whole, not the actual game Petscop. The web series itself goes into deeper and darker themes about child abuse and raising the dead through recordings and all of that type of jazz. The story is a lot more complex than just that, with more and more characters being introduced throughout the episodes. If you guys want to go down the rabbit hole yourself, I will leave a link below to the subreddit and a Google Doc that thoroughly explains the events of the web series, as well as the actual channel that posted the content in the first place. Agamemnon Counterpart. This entry on the list is a YouTube video by the same name. The video itself starts off stating that in the year 2571, a video cassette tape was found in a pile of rubble on a certain blue planet, and that the video following is not related to it. Yeah, you heard that right. This is literally the stupidest statement I've ever read on any video, but anyways, let's move on. The video that follows the introduction is quite psychedelic, with a weird character hopping towards the screen with Mickey Mouse hands for feet. with the text "Let's make a friend" popping up on the top. The video then gets distorted and a faint sound of someone screaming bloody murder can be heard. Eventually the screaming stops and the video ends. A creepypasta based on this video, which I will link below, goes a lot more in depth on how the screaming was actually from a murder victim from Japan or something along those lines. The origins and purpose of this video have since been debunked as nothing more than just a piece of art that was entered into a competition. The competition in question being the Destination Imagination event from 2001. The video's description literally has this written out, saying that the sound design and drawings were made by Dave from 2001, and then stating the phrase D2K1. I will leave 2 links below that go more in depth on what happened. The first link is a video by Scare Theater, which was an earlier mention on the iceberg, and the second is a link to a Google document that completely debunks the theory surrounding this video. Obey the Walrus. Obey the Walrus is a viral video that features a disabled drag queen tap dancing to some distorted version of Itsy Bitsy Spider. A lot of people find this video very unsettling due to the nature in which it was edited. It was first posted in 2007. The video itself was actually taken from clips of a documentary called The Goddess Bunny. The documentary was about a woman that became disabled from developing polio as a child and then tried to make a living as a dancer and entertainer. The sad thing about this is that the video got a whole lot of hate from how creepy it was, but the person in the video itself was just another person like you and me, trying their best to attain their dreams. The woman in the video actually passed away in January of this year. Having known all this, I actually can't go back and watch the video without feeling bad for the person in it. And it no longer creeps me out, but instead just makes me feel kind of bummed out. If you guys want to watch the video for yourselves, I will leave a link below to it. Username 666. Username 666 is a video that originates from this channel. The channel posted it in February 26th of 2008. The video itself is nothing more than a creepypasta in video form, or also known as a videopasta. The video depicts a person typing 666 into YouTube and then refreshing the page over and over again. In doing so, the page becomes very distorted and starts turning red and very demonic looking. Some disturbing YouTube videos begin playing in the background, and just when the video is about to reach a climax, a woman inside of the YouTube video, which is playing in the browser, actually reaches out at the viewer and the video ends. Now, this video itself is nothing more than a fathomed up video. Nothing that happens in this video and nothing about the video is actually real. And I'm going to provide a link below as to what actually went down and why the video exists in the first place. There is actually a good timeline that explains what actually went down in this video. The short version is that a channel simply called 666 had its channel deleted due to the nature of the content on it, and this made the channel's creator very angry, so they posted username 666 on their second channel. This would explain the so-called angry attempts at refreshing the page over and over again, much like what someone in disbelief would do if their hard work was deleted. I know if my hard work was deleted or my channel was deleted, I'd probably just sit there in disbelief, refreshing the page over and over again, hoping that it was a bad dream. That's the short version though. For a more thorough explanation, I will leave a link to a video going a bit more in depth on why this video was posted. This will bring us to Layer 5. Layer 5 is much of the same as Layer 4, but with a nice step down into more disturbing content. What's cool about most of these entries is that they aren't truly disturbing until you've fully digested what each one holds. Some have crazy disturbing backstories that need explaining, while others have secrets in plain sight that have set internet detectives on crazy long searches for the truth. Sitting and smiling. Sitting and smiling isn't a really creepy addition to this list once you know the reason as to why the person is doing it. So, if you go to Benjamin Bennett's YouTube channel right now, you will find a video series by the name of Sitting and Smiling. If you click on one of these videos, it's literally what it sounds like. Each video is 4 hours of Benjamin being in front of his camera, sitting and smiling. This video series is part of an endurance art performance that Benjamin frequently live streams, and then he uploads the VODs to YouTube. He gained a lot of popularity when in Sitting and Smiling 5, someone actually tried to break into his house. During the 5th live stream, a burglar broke into his house and walked upstairs. You can see the burglar open the door and say hello. He then sees Benjamin sitting and smiling and nopes the hell out of there. I would too if I saw someone just sitting and smiling in front of a lonely camera and one lonely lamp. There have been a few other instances like this on his live stream. For example, on live stream 52, he actually urinated himself and had a puddle seeping out underneath him. However, Benjamin, entirely dedicated to his craft, did not break his composure and continued to sit and smile. You can even see the puddle evaporate over the course of the next 2 hours. In streams 238 and 257, he begins crying for some unknown reason and eventually calms himself down, but the reason as to why he was crying is still unknown. But nonetheless, all of these instances remain part of the live stream and he still uploads them for everybody to see. If you guys got 4 hours to waste, I will leave a link to Sitting and Smiling 5 so you guys can see exactly what went down during that live stream. Hanging Munchkin. So of everything on the iceberg so far, this one actually really creeped me out for some reason. The Hanging Munchkin refers to a possible suicide on the set of The Wizard of Oz. During the scene when Dorothy, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Man skipped on the yellow brick road together, you can see a person or some type of entity hanging from this tree, swaying slowly from side to side. After watching the video myself, it's pretty undeniable that this isn't at least a person hanging from this tree. The studio has gone on record acknowledging that something does exist here, but they tried explaining it as not being a person, but instead being a shadow cast by a bird on set. Now, even with this explanation, there is no way in hell that this is a bird. I mean, look at it. It has a clear starting and end point. If it were the bird that they want us to believe, which they actually did edit the bird in the DVD version, it wouldn't have been shaped like this, and it would have a shadow connected to the ground because the bird on the DVD version is clearly sitting on the ground. People are claiming that this hanging person is only on the VHS version, which I honestly believe. I don't think it's a person per se, but I do think that this is definitely not a bird. Some people have claimed that it's a crew member that took care of the lighting ropes from up above and then they fell and their neck caught the rope in such a way that it hung them. Others say that it was a Munchkin actor or actress that got tired of reshooting one of the Munchkin scenes and hung themselves out of frustration. But to come clean, this hanging Munchkin isn't actually in the real movie. If you go pull out a copy of your Wizard of Oz on VHS, you will see a big bird standing right here in the middle of the forest. The original clip came from a YouTube channel called Suicidal Munchkin, which already shows you how fake this clearly is. This person obviously made this channel with the sole purpose of spreading this fake footage. So yeah, it's debunked. If you don't believe me, I'll leave a link below to Scared Theater's video, which goes into it a little more in depth. That's the video I watched all those months ago when I found out about the Hanging Munchkin. I thought it would have been super cool if something like this actually occurred on set. Despite how creepy and sad it would be, I just really love dark lore like that. Poppy. Initially, I thought I had the wrong channel or set of videos when I looked this one up because I didn't find any of the content particularly disturbing. Poppy is an American songwriter and singer. The reason that she is on this iceberg is because she frequently uploads no context, eerie videos to her YouTube channel. However, I didn't find a lot of them to be disturbing and instead found them more just random and nonsensical. The only one that I found that was remotely creepy to me was this video called Sunglasses, where she just exclaims, "I love my sunglasses," like 3 times with this weird vibey music going on in the background. And then she concludes the video saying, "I love my sunglasses because they allow me to see things that aren't there." And then when she puts her sunglasses on, it reveals a person wearing white clothes and a creepy white mask sitting next to the camera that is recording her. Okay, so a lot of Poppy supporters left comments explaining how I missed a huge opportunity to talk about her tragic upbringing to fame. Specifically the drama that happened between her and her former manager slash boyfriend, Titanic Sinclair. Poppy had to endure a very abusive and manipulative relationship with her former manager, which is what led to the creation of these bizarre videos that we now see on her channel today. To explain all of this, let's start at the beginning with Titanic Sinclair. Titanic first latched himself onto another female singing sensation known as Mars Argo. The two began dating when they met through MySpace. They began making a web series called The Computer Show, which was a satire that critiqued social media and internet culture. Mars Argo and Titanic Sinclair would then form a band. As the band became more successful, they would continue to create music and post episodes of The Computer Show all the way until 2014.
Dingus, why do you want
The
me
two
to
then
read
had a
it,
falling
dude?
out when they broke up. As a result, the entire Computer Show YouTube channel was completely white, leaving nothing but re-uploads of the videos to remain on the website today. Mars Argo seemingly fell off the face of the earth, and in the meantime, Titanic Sinclair found himself a new project, Poppy. When Poppy was up and coming as a singer, she posted her own videos online as a way to gain a following. The bigger she got, the more Sinclair took notice of her. When Poppy signed a deal with Island Records, her demo album began to circle around everyone in the music industry. One of the people that it got to was Titanic Sinclair. Eventually, Titanic would reach out to her and the two would begin to collaborate. They began dating and he worked with her a lot, directing some of her music videos, including her debut video, Bubble Bath. Sinclair would begin Poppy's career by reforming her image, making Poppy into more than just a name. He made it into a persona, taking her from this normal person that could hold and contribute to a conversation to this robotic satirical take of a pop star. To accomplish this, damage control was needed. So, Titanic set out to remove any possible footage of Poppy's old persona from the internet. After having done so, Poppy's persona was complete. Things were all fine and dandy until someone came out of the woodworks to ruin Sinclair's life, Mars Argo. She pursued Sinclair with a lawsuit, stating that Poppy was an exact replica of her persona, even going as far as making Poppy speak in a higher pitched tone to match that of Mars Argo. This lawsuit was actually won, and Poppy and Sinclair were told to never make mention of Mars Argo again. There was a lot more that went on, but eventually it would come out to the public how much of an asshole Titanic Sinclair was. Footage of him acting very crazy and abusive towards Mars Argo would surface to the top of the internet. Then word got around of his abuse and manipulation with the pop star known as Poppy. This becomes way more apparent if you look at the interviews that the two were in. Titanic Sinclair was always the voice speaking for Poppy, as she almost never spoke for herself. Even in this interview that is sped up, you can see Titanic is basically the only one speaking throughout the entire thing. People also began realizing that Mars Argo disappeared in the first place because she was afraid of Sinclair. All of this culminated in such a way that Poppy finally felt that enough was enough. She released a public statement explaining that she would part ways with Titanic Sinclair, outlining how he manipulated her in various ways, even going as far as to threaten killing himself in order to get his way. Since the separation of the two, she seems to be doing a lot better, even releasing an album about her whole experience. Canal 5 3 AM tweets. Canal 5, or in English simply called Channel 5, is a Mexican television network that has a very weird history. If you go to the Canal 5 Twitter right now, you will see normal tweets that are typical of a network like this. Around 3 AM, Canal 5 starts tweeting out some very unorthodox, scary, and very disturbing type of videos. I will be playing some of these videos in the background while I talk. The crazy thing about this is that Channel 5 has never acknowledged the fact that they do this. People have chalked this up to the fact that they don't want people to know that it's a thing and are doing it more for a publicity stunt. If you want a lot more information regarding this, I recommend Scare Theater's video on it, as he does a very good job capturing the creepiness of the videos as well as explaining why they do this. Local 58. Local 58 is a YouTube channel created by Chris Staub. He also created another addition to this iceberg called Candle Cove. However, I'm going to be going over that a bit later in this video. Local 58 is actually one of my favorite additions to this iceberg because I can understand the purpose behind the channel. The videos on this channel are supposed to be real recordings taken from a broadcasting of a TV channel called Local 58. My favorite video from Local 58 is this video called Contingency, where the video starts off explaining how the broadcast has ended, only for the broadcast to be interrupted by a militia type of message explaining how the US has lost this war that's been going on in the background and is currently being invaded by a third party that seeks to take everyone captive and do unspeakable things to them. But we have a contingency plan. The contingency plan is to have everyone in the world kill themselves. With no one to take captive, we have technically won the war. The message is then cut off by the network, stating that what you have just witnessed was nothing more than a hoax.
Mingus, I swear to God. Fine. Fuck, he's actually hot when he's in casual clothes. This tie was killing me all day. Uh-huh. Can you stop ogling at my brother before I beat your ass? There. Yeah, there, you happy, Bingus? I want to draw.
Now, these broadcasts aren't actual broadcasts from TV, but videos that people created themselves and then posted to YouTube. On the surface, if you watch this video at any time, they probably won't come off as creepy, but more just like, another one of those videos. But if you watch them with the right mindset, they really start to become creepy, and you start to understand why they are highly regarded as being scary. In my opinion, this is what true horror looks like. Horror, in my opinion, isn't lazy jump scares or just simply gory graphics. It's real horror. Stuff that could affect you and me at any time in our daily lives. And that's what Local 58 encapsulates. Imagine being in your room alone with the TV on. You fall asleep only to wake up at 3 a.m. You see a news broadcast has just ended.
Augie. How are you?
It suddenly gets interrupted, and you see a weird broadcast about how there was a war that went on behind closed doors and that your country lost. The victorious country or victorious third party is now invading your country and gonna take you captive by force. They're gonna do unspeakable things to you, but you can avoid this. Even though we lost, we can in fact avoid this. Just load your gun and take the shot. They can't take you captive if you're incapacitated. Just when it's telling you how to take care of your children with your gun, the clip cuts off, and the news channel comes back on just as normal. The channel explains that what you just witnessed was nothing more than a hoax. As you lie there with your gun loaded, you wonder, are they coming? This is exactly how these videos are intended for you to watch. I personally love what these types of videos go for because I think traditional horror is always pretty fake, but this dives into something that could realistically happen to any one of us in the real world. If this sounds like it's interesting to you, I'm going to leave a link below to the Local 58 channel. They have many other videos like this on their channel, not just Contingency, so make sure to check all of those out. The Mandela Catalog. This is not your typical analog horror channel. Although it's categorized as one, it definitely takes the genre a bit further in terms of execution and overall story. There are only 6 videos on the channel at the time of this upload, and each one takes the viewer on a journey into the story of Mandela County. Now I won't bother with the actual story itself because if you want the full scoop, feel free to watch my video on it or any of the other many videos on this analog horror. This is one of the few that creates a true sense of suspense and executes the timing better than all of the rest. If you watch any of the videos on the channel, the Mandela Catalog Volume 1 is the one to watch. In this video, we have tons of disturbing ideas thrown around as well as creepy visuals all throughout. It begins with the viewer being told about these other creatures called alternates, detailing how alternates can copy the appearance of humans by using psychological tactics. We are then shown several types of alternates, and the next part of the video plays. Here we see a phone call take place between these two individuals named Mark and Caesar. Caesar asks Mark to come to his house, to which Mark reluctantly agrees.
I'm just gonna switch some on and get out of there though. You know how I feel about your house.
Then we see Caesar's face distort into this, with the video then cutting to Mark driving over to Caesar's home. After Mark turns on the cameras that Caesar asked him to turn on, we see several shots of the home until we see one door left wide open. Suddenly the video cuts to this audio where you can hear Caesar's mom being attacked by seemingly an alternate.
Who are you? Get away from me! No!
While this audio plays, we then see Caesar's face distort yet again. After this plays out, the viewer is treated to a home video of Mark stuck inside of his room. We find out that an alternate followed Mark home and is outside his room mocking him with this noise.
Ian Mark, I have a gift for you. I have a present.
Mark gets into an altercation with the alternate where Mark decides to take his own life,
You fucking bastard!
shooting himself and then leading to this creepy scene where the alternate's footsteps can be heard coming closer to the camera, with the creature then jump scaring the audience. The rest of this video is a combination of a training video for the police, a story told by Mark when he was 4 years old, and a toddler stress assessment video. I'm not going to spoil the entirety of Volume 1, but hopefully what I've summarized thus far is enough to give you an idea of what you're in for when watching the Mandela Catalog. The best part of this series is honestly Alex Keister's ability to unnerve the viewer. Even veterans of this type of content like Wendigoon have admitted to losing sleep over this series. I've even had some nights myself where I was too afraid to open my eyes in the middle of the night due to some of the stories that the Mandela Catalog told, specifically in the video titled Mad. I will say though, for this series to hit hard, you should really watch it with the intent of getting engrossed in the story. Otherwise, it's just going to blend in with the rest of the analog horrors that you might have seen already. The coolest part of this horror series is the overarching story that Alex Keister plans to continue, whenever that may be. I know that all of the community will be watching. Candle Cove. Candle Cove was originally a creepypasta that was posted by web cartoonist Chris Staub in 2009. You guys should remember Chris Staub, as I just mentioned him earlier, as the creator of Local 58. The story Candle Cove was presented in a format of a message board conversation, with many people talking amongst each other about a children's cartoon or show called Candle Cove. In the creepypasta, Candle Cove was a pirate show that basically contained a lot of nightmare fuel for kids, including a scary looking puppet and marionettes, weird long eerie pauses in the show, and episodes where the entire episode was just all the characters screaming
Definitely
and crying
Vegas.
until the episode ended.
She's
The creepypasta
highly
then
afraid of
ends
that
with one
guy.
last message on the message board
Oh?
saying that someone had recently visited their mother
Hold on,
at a
give me a
nursing
minute.
home and asked her if they remember them watching a show called Candle Cove. The mother then responds by saying that she was surprised that the person could remember such a show. When questioned about it further, the mom explains it like this. I used to think it was so strange that you'd say, I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom. And then you would turn the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had such a big imagination with your little pirate show. That is where the creepypasta then ends. Now while that's pretty creepy with the show being nothing more than a fathomed up occurrence in the minds of many children, it is just a story and nothing more. Crazy enough though, the show Channel Zero, which is a TV show that was based on 4 creepypastas, the first season is based on Candle Cove and stays pretty true to the original story. Little Baby's Ice Cream. It's exactly what many of you are thinking of. It's this video of a man who appears to be made of ice cream eating himself. That's the entire video. It's just a man eating ice cream made from his own body, with a narrator explaining how delicious the ice cream is. The video
Alright,
was nothing
you're
more than a
fine.
publicity stunt and
Yeah.
commercial made by the company Little Baby's Ice Cream, and as big as the commercial got, it wasn't enough to save the company, as the company Little Baby's Ice Cream went out of business in 2019. Even though the company has ceased to exist, this image will forever be burned into our minds. So apparently the actor in this video is not an actor, it's actually a woman, so it's an actress, which is what I got wrong in the original Iceberg video. Yeah, apparently this is actually a woman. Kate Yup. So this one was just straight up disgusting. Not like the Lasagna Cat video, but just nasty. Kate Yup is a YouTube channel in which a girl who I assume is Kate posts videos of her eating loads and loads of food. The main distinction between her channel and everyone else's mukbang channels is that her videos entail her eating food at a very, very fast rate, almost as if she is starving. And this is exactly where the rabbit hole begins. People have speculated that it's not normal for a person
later,
to eat this
Cyber.
fast, eat this amount of food, and then it's not normal for someone to wear a blindfold while they make these videos. She has also been seen with bruises on her body in some of the videos, and there are also random occurrences like this where the table that she's eating off of randomly starts vibrating, or the bowl that she's taking food out of randomly gets moved. All of these things happen and she never acknowledges any of it happening around her. Also, she never talks in her videos, it's just her eating, that's it. The theory is that Kate has been kidnapped and starved and is forced to eat an abnormal amount of food. This would explain why she looks so starved, why she eats so much, and why she can be seen with bruises sometimes. People also like to state how in this video she spells out the word help by capitalizing only the letters H-E-L-M-P. She does so in the text that pops up on screen, and if you go throughout the entire video, those are the only letters that are capitalized. Now to me, this whole theory doesn't really make sense. Why would you kidnap someone and then let them edit their own video? With that said though, her last post was a year ago on November 10th of 2019. This has caused a lot of people to believe that she has been murdered or something along those lines. I personally don't believe this one because honestly it just doesn't add up. No one would kidnap someone and make them upload videos like that. It just doesn't seem like anything that somebody would be able to realistically pull off. A more likely explanation is either burnout from making these types of videos, or she has an eating disorder and was forced to stop making these types of videos for that reason. YouTubers stop posting all the time, myself included. Sometimes life just happens and you might have a day job that gets in the way of your hobby. Maybe she has a job and friends that she doesn't want to know about her disgusting hobby of eating food like this. All of these explanations make much more sense, but it's still fun to think about the kidnapping theory every now and again. This is Ray from the future talking, and I just noticed while editing this that I did get this part wrong. This is because some of the information from my original video is a little bit outdated. Kate Yup actually did end up posting around a month ago on October 7th of 2022, and she also posted around 3 days ago on November 18th of 2022. So we do have confirmation that she is alive, and a lot of the people in the comments seem to think that she is kind of just yanking everyone's chain and she kind of knows that we all think that she's kidnapped or whatnot. But at the very least, we do know that she is okay, and she is kind of aware of the fact that people think that she's kidnapped or something strange along those lines. And even now, she's still leaving messages in the videos. In this one, she spelled the word SOS. So either she's pulling a sick prank on everybody and is kind of feeding into the whole conspiracy, or something actually is going on, but I doubt we'll ever get an actual answer. The only way we're really going to know is if she makes a video talking about where she's been for the last few years and why exactly she left. This will bring us to layer 6. Layer 6 is where we begin to blur the line between what's real and what's fake. A lot of these are in fact ARGs or some type of media that has been produced for advertisement's sake, but when a lot of these debuted, people truly believed what they were watching as fact. All it takes to see the truth behind these entries is to dig a little deeper though. Cursed Kleenex commercial. The Cursed Kleenex commercial refers to this commercial where this little demon looking kid and what I assume to be his mother are just sitting down near each other. The commercial begins with some very eerie and creepy music as the mom gets closer and closer to the kid, and then she picks a tissue out of the Kleenex box next to them. Just then, the Kleenex starts controlling itself and even propels itself out of her hand, and then just as it reaches its peak, it starts to sharpen and make a point. Then the Kleenex logo appears and ends the commercial. So while the video itself isn't too creepy, it does have a creepy backstory. The reason it's called Cursed is because there was an urban legend surrounding the commercial. People claim that the cast of the commercial were all cursed and all met untimely deaths soon after making the commercial. Some people have even speculated that the woman in the commercial was institutionalized and became pregnant with a demon child. Obviously, all of this was nothing more than false rumors, but one thing that did in fact happen after making the video was that many people watching the commercial at home filed complaints. In fact, so many complaints about how unnerving the commercial was ended up getting the commercial taken out the air fairly quickly. Even though the commercial is not on the air anymore, the legend still lives on. Magician cuts wife in half. This video was uploaded to YouTube around April of 2012 and has since amassed over 1 million views, and probably a lot more than just 1 million views considering how viral videos would spread like wildfire back in the 2010s. Now I'll admit, watching this video on YouTube was a little bit intimidating just because when you click on the video it asks you 2 to 3 times if you want to proceed, like are you sure you want to watch this, and I kind of brushed it off because I have some of those warnings on my videos and I know that my videos aren't that bad. So anyways, the video starts out with the narrator telling us about this dangerous stunt that's about to be attempted by this magician and his assistant, who just so happens to be his wife. The magician puts his cloth around the wife's mouth in order to further enforce the idea that there's danger in this trick. From here, the magician goes through all the motions, some pizzazz here, separating her bottom half here, and then he gets to the actual climax of the trick and why this video is labeled as disturbing. He brings out a comically large chainsaw and is going to use it to cut his wife in half. He does the first part of the trick as planned and successfully separates the wife's body, completing this illusion. At least that's what you think if you're watching this live. But disaster strikes during the latter half of the video. As the magician works his way to the other side of the box, you can see the wife sporadically moving her arms around, hoping that her husband will see her because something is clearly going wrong with the trick. Now before I say what happens next, just to reassure you of what's going on, this video is fake, and a lot of people don't know that or don't want to know that, and I'm going to explain why and how I found proof that it is in fact fake. Now with that in mind, let's go on to the next part. So the husband does not see the wife's pleas for help, and he actually ends up moving her head like clean off, and then it shows these 2 still shots of the woman's head in the box and then a mannequin head that fell out of the box, presumably to be used as part of the trick. She was probably supposed to switch those and make it so the mannequin head got cut off and not her own. And it feels very real. If you guys watched this video by yourself and if you stumbled upon this back in 2012 and you watched it alone and you didn't know what exactly was going on, it feels
oh my god,
very real.
It's my beautiful
screams,
girlfriend,
the
the girlfriend in
the way
question.
that the husband like
Insane
slowly realizes
motherfucker.
what he did and is just like too stunned to speak. Everything about this video feels very real, and whoever made it, like, props to you, because even me watching this, after I found what I feel like is definitive proof that it's fake, I was still doubting it just because of the fact that there's a lot of things that I'll point out later as to why I feel like it's just too good to not be real. This video has plagued tons of forums with a lot of questions. Is it real? Is it fake? If it is fake, why is it in English? Why does it have like this weird text at the end? What is the whole entire purpose of this entire video? What did it serve? And I'm here to explain it. So thanks to this specific Redditor that I ended up finding who gave a proper explanation and kind of pointed me in the correct direction, I just want to give credit where credit's due. So the text at the end of the video is the only real reason why
Well,
we're
that's
able
in the
to
distant
pinpoint
future,
exactly where this
Galaxy.
video
That's in the
comes
distant
from and why it was
future.
made. Someone out there figured out that the text is Slovakian and comes from the Slovak language, and because of that we were able to translate basically what it says at the end. So the website itself translates to card full of profit, and the top text translates to 1,000 euros per head. Seems a bit nonsensical at first, but it makes sense when you realize that this video was made as part of an ad campaign for MasterCard Europe during December of 2009. Now, how do I know this? Like, where did I get that? Did I just pull that out of my ass? Like, where did I get that from? Thanks to that Redditor from earlier, they actually pointed me in the direction of a website, a Slovakian website, I presume, that has compiled a ton of agencies that have done ad campaigns for various companies, ranging from banks to phone companies to just general electronics. All of these took place during the time of December in 2009. And this specific campaign can be found at the very bottom, made by this agency called Mayer/McCann Erickson. And what's right next to it? The exact website at the end of the video. And if you scroll over to the right a little bit, it says right there, it's labeled as a web viral ad. So yeah, this video is most likely fake, and props to whoever made it because they made a lot of good decisions in order to create a very plausibly real video. You know, even small details such as the fact is like them opening up the box and the mannequin head flying out. You know, the audience is able to put two and two together and be like, oh, that's what was supposed to be switched out. Or even just the general acting of the audience and the people that were on stage. The only thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and I feel like kind of pointed to the direction that this was definitely an ad of some sort, is the fact that it's in English. It's a Slovakian video, it's a Slovakian ad, but it was pushed out in English. But the text at the end is in Slovakian language. And I don't understand why exactly they chose this scenario to push MasterCards. I feel like that's a terrible idea. I think the idea was like some kind of metaphor for 1,000 euros per head and having like an actual profit for the head in the ad. I really don't know what they were going for, but I think that's the general idea or somewhat loosely tied together idea, but that's exactly why this is made. Now I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second because going through a lot of the forums and a lot of the links that I've been sent to, a lot of people are convinced that this is real, and they've sent me this link. I've seen this link multiple times to this website called Suffolk Gazette. This shit is just a spoof website. It does have a news article about this video, but it's not a real article. You know, even though in the article it does basically say the story of this fictional person who it's not real. It's a spoof news website, and you'd realize that if you took more than a second to browse the other articles that they have, such as this one titled US rapper 50 Cent rebrands as £1 in Britain. You know, it's obviously a very spoof website. It's not meant to be taken as more than just satire. So if this is the source that you've been using to basically say that this is a real thing that happened, it's not real. It didn't happen. This is not a real thing that happened. I think this is what spawned the entire like real or fake debate, because having some kind of news article, even if it's fake, back something up that people already kind of fathomed up themselves, you can definitely see why it caught wind and got popular. Whatever the case was, let me know in the comments if this video fooled you, because I know when it first came out and I saw it back in 2012, it sure fooled me. Alan Tutorial. Alan Tutorial is a YouTube channel that was created in June of 2011, and its first video being posted in the same month of the same year. Like the name would suggest, the channel started off as a tutorial channel, but not like any other channel of its kind. This channel's tutorials were more focused on very obscure reasons and obscure tutorials that really made no sense. For example, his first video is called How to Leak on a Piece of Paper, which is exactly what it sounds like. He also has another video called How to Fill a Tiny Bin with Dirt. These tutorials aren't really meant to teach you anything, and the more you watch Alan's videos, the crazier Alan and his life becomes. It really starts picking up around this video called How to Pick Up a Blue Chair Off the Ground, where Alan becomes increasingly frightened of picking this blue chair up. A few videos later, Alan cuts himself while quote unquote installing an AC
Alright, what's
unit,
up, Sense?
but doesn't even stop doing what he's doing.
Nice.
He just ignores the blood all over his hands and continues with the tutorial as normal. The next video that he posted is him straight up tearing his house apart. He then soon becomes locked out of his house, and in another video he begins living out in the wilderness. From here, Alan descends into madness and seems to get captured in one of his videos. All the while, Alan still posts his tutorials in his happy voice and always talks to his viewers as if nothing is wrong. His last video was posted 6 years ago in December of 2014. You might be wondering, what was the point of this channel? Well, as opposed to some of the other entries on this list, this one has a clear-cut explanation. The creator of Alan Tutorial is none other than Alan Resnick, who came out and explained that the channel was made for an art project. The art project focused on a dark satire of all of the tutorial videos on YouTube. Resnick, in his own words, explains that he felt a lot of the people on YouTube were making very crappy content like this and posting very nonsensical tutorial videos without having much real purpose. He wanted to create a satirical story based on that. Even though it's confirmed fake, the videos are still kind of hard to watch, especially during the nighttime. Feel free to check it out, as I will leave a link below to the channel. Pilot Red Sun. Pilot Red Sun is a YouTube channel that focuses on posting MS Paint style animation videos. The first video was posted in December of 2012. The video was titled What's for Dinner. It's just a 20-second video of, well, instead of explaining it, I'm just gonna play the video. It's only 20 seconds.
Hey, chef, what's for dinner?
Slop. Slime.
Most of his videos are like this, seemingly nonsensical and just all around MS Paint animations. I will say though, most of these videos have some kick-ass music which is produced and created by Pilot Red Sun himself. As for why he made this channel, I believe that a potential purpose for why he actually created the channel and started posting all these random animations surfaced around March 28th of 2016. This day marked when he posted a video by the name of Achievement. Achievement was the name of Pilot Red Sun's first album. I personally believe that he used the MS Paint animations to garner a big enough audience that would then want to listen to his music. When I watched his last video that was posted, Mr. Fujiwara's Office, I felt this overwhelming sensation of calm and tranquility. It was kind of weird, but I think it's due to just the smoothness of the animations and the sounds that are used.
Give me a minute.
Maybe it's because I watched it shortly after waking up in the morning, but I honestly don't know. Pilot Red Sun has continued to upload videos all the way until August 12th of 2020, where we have his last upload, which was the video that I mentioned, Mr. Fujiwara's Office. If you guys want to take a look at his channel, I actually recommend his album Achievement, as I personally like the techno music style that he went for. Check out the link below if you want to see more of Pilot Red Sun's content. Body of a Pig. This is in reference to a video that was posted back on June 7th of 2007. The video is simply titled Body of a Pig and features a group of what I assume to be ghost hunters or paranormal investigators that begin checking out an unknown haunted location. The video starts off as anyone would expect, but during their investigation, they pick up some audio on their EVP, which clearly states, "I have the body of a pig." It is stated that after the EVP was recorded, that they caught a picture of the so-called monster that said, "I have the body of a pig." This picture and video got very popular, and as of right now, the video is sitting at over 1 million views. People were led to believe that this was real and cannot ever be a hoax. However, the video has since been debunked. The TLDR on how it was debunked is due to how all the other videos on the channel are clearly faked and use the same techniques as the Body of a Pig video. Poochie and Pansy. Poochie and Pansy is a web series that started on YouTube back in 2009. The series is about Poochie and Pansy, which are both dogs, and their quest to rescue this random kitten. Basically, the show is on here because it's riddled with these random jump cuts and disturbing imagery, such as this video of this person
Jesus,
with
1
one
hour
eye
in, I'm
bulging out,
already
or this random
feeling
shot of
sleepy.
an empty hospital. Most of these videos tell an overarching plot about them finally rescuing the kitten, and the series pretty much ends there. On the surface, these are nothing more than just weird, disturbing videos made for disturbing content's sake. However, the show was actually a part of something a lot bigger. A quick TLDR on the purpose of the series itself served as a start to a much larger ARG, or so-called alternate reality game. Now before I get into what this game entailed, I believe it's important for viewers to know what the hell is an alternate reality game. An ARG is exactly what it sounds like. It's a game, but it's not like a video game or a board game. It usually entails someone creating the start of this ARG, but unlike other games, they don't publicly announce that the game has started. Creators will usually silently start their ARG in the background and then set one thing off in their content to tip people off to the fact that the game has started. For example, there was actually a Dark Knight ARG done when the movie was coming out where people were given $1 bills with the Joker's face on it. They were given these bills randomly at Comic-Con one year. These bills were only the start and tipped them off to the start of this ARG. They would then fall down the rabbit hole of clues until they got to an end game where the game is then won by someone out in the real world. They however have no real purpose though. It's not like you win a prize or win something for doing all this. Most of them are just treasure hunts for treasure hunt's sake, or they are done as a marketing tactic, much like with the Dark Knight one, where it was just meant to promote the movie. So how does this relate to Poochie and Pansy? Well, in Poochie and Pansy, the ARG that took place was called the Hunt for the Gangadiddle. The Poochie and Pansy series served as nothing more than as a hint as to how to start the hunt. The Gangadiddle is referenced in one frame of the show, and that's just one of the many clues that is given for this entire hunt. If you went through the hunt, it would bring you to this channel here, and since the ARG started, it seemed to have finished as the creator himself posted that the Gangadiddle has in fact been found. WP kept KW. WP kept KW is a video that surfaced around 2014. I believe it began on YouTube from this video titled Cursed YouTube Video WP kept KW Real Story by IEEE Wired. In the video they explain how 2 weeks ago someone told them of a rumor about an unusual and hard to find YouTube video. They would search for weeks typing in WP kept KW on the YouTube search bar, but no results ever came to be. Until finally one day they were able to view the video. The video is of a blurred face that looks really misshapen, all the while a scary distorted noise plays in the background that becomes increasingly worse. The person watching WP kept KW explains that after watching the video that the face keeps randomly appearing on their computer and that they have tried everything to get the curse off of their laptop. Obviously this was just a hoax, as the first claim the person made isn't really believable, and if you typed in W kept KW right now on YouTube, it'd be the first result. Before the video was debunked however, people theorized that the person in the video is a person that died and the recording you are watching is their last living seconds. Other people have claimed that the person in the video is a failed government experiment that died, and this is why his face is so misshapen. If you want to see a debunking video on this, I will leave a link below to that video. Control. Control refers to a video originally uploaded to the YouTube channel by the name of Awake. Only thing is that the channel no longer exists today, but there was a re-upload of the video by Mr. AVGN Fan 12. The video features a faint video of what I imagine is a small person dancing around to some music in the background. That's basically the whole video. It's a very obscure video, and towards the end, this screenshot is shown. These letters translated into English spell the word screen. Other than that though, not much is known about the video. Some claim that the original creator commented on the video explaining the situation. The only thing I found on that is this comment by Propnane, who claims to be one of the creators of the video, but nothing else has been said by this man or by anyone else that created the video. Another theory that came out was that the video was part of an ARG, but even then, stone walls were met by people that kept digging as the original channel was deleted. Whether it was part of an ARG or simply an art project isn't confirmed, but nonetheless, the video is very creepy. Feel free to give it a watch. I will leave a link to it below. The Max Headroom Incident. The Max Headroom Incident is in reference to one of the first times that TV was hijacked and put on blast in mainstream media. The incident in question took place on Sunday night, November 22nd, 1987, where residents of Chicago watching the local news on WGN TV were suddenly interrupted by a video of a mysterious man. The video contained no audio and depicted a man in a Max Headroom mask, which Max Headroom, if you guys don't know, was the world's first computer-generated TV host, and actually has no relation as to why the Chicago news was interrupted that night. The first interruption was nothing more than a short burst, as it was shortly taken off the air right after it started. But then later that night, a broadcast of Doctor Who on WTTW TV in Chicago was also interrupted by the same hacker. The two hacker clips are pretty much the same, with the main difference between the two being that the second interruption had audio. In the audio, The man mentions a famous sportscaster, makes fun of Coke commercials at the time, and just does some plain weird shit. The reason that this video is on the iceberg is because it's just plain weird, and this person has actually never been caught. No one to this day has no clue as to who is behind the Max Headroom incident. The Wyoming incident. Okay, so of everything on the iceberg so far, this one was the biggest absolute pain in the ass to write a clear narrative on. I had to make its own separate Google document just because of how convoluted this story gets. And for good reason. You see, the Wyoming incident is one of the oldest and longest ARGs to appear on the internet. The full TLDR is as follows. August 9th, 2006, some person out there in the world who we don't actually know and probably will never know posted the first ever video that seems to be the catalyst to the entire Wyoming incident. The original video was posted to Google Video. For those who are young and scratching their heads wondering what the hell Google Video is, Google Video was basically Google's attempt at beating YouTube until they realized they had enough money to buy YouTube. In the video, it's just a weird jump cut nonsense video with the words special presentation appearing quite frequently. There's also a lot of other phrases that are thrown here and there, and you'll see this pattern throughout the rest of the video. There's always these random nonsensical statements just thrown in these videos. And even with all of this said, the video itself was not what got people hyped for the ARG, or even tipped them off to the ARG. What got people started on the Wyoming incident was the description. I'm gonna simply summarize the entire description because it's very long. The description basically says, someone hijacked several broadcasts in Niobrara. Niobrara is a county in Wyoming. The original hijacking showed several clips of cut off human heads and disturbing imagery like that. It goes on to explain how there were side effects from the frequency of the broadcast that caused headaches, hallucinations, vomiting, and all of that jazz. The description then ends explaining that the hijacker has yet to be caught as all attempts to trace the video were futile. Now at first, people were thrown off by this, and there wasn't much talk of the entire Wyoming incident video until over a year later in 2007. In February of 2007, someone posted on the Unfiction forum talking about the original Google video that was uploaded explaining how weird it was. Most people just simply replied saying, "Yeah, that's pretty weird. Seems similar to that Max Headroom incident, right?" That's pretty much what everybody said at the time. Until a new lead was generated on February 6th of 2007. Some random user dropped a link to a new video that was linked to the entire Wyoming incident. Now the strange thing on the outside of this entire ARG is that the person that linked the video tries their best to masquerade as someone that found the video on YouTube, but that's not true when you look at how convenient the timeline is. The user that posted the link barely joined the Unfiction forum the day before on February 4th. Then a YouTuber posted the second Wyoming incident video on February 5th. Then the next day, the same user who just joined on the 4th posted the link on the 6th. Hopefully you guys are now putting two and two together. Clearly the guy that posted the Wyoming incident 2 video is the guy that joined the forum on the 4th and linked the video. Now in my mind, it makes sense that the person that did all this is behind the entire ARG, but no actual human real life identity has ever been given to this person or anybody that led to this ARG. That's also very important to note before we move on. This game hasn't been solved yet, just so everyone is on the same page. Let's keep going. So after this new video that appeared, this same pattern kept happening. A new video would come out, everyone would get all dick wet horny for it, and then everyone would post to the forum explaining how weird it was. This kept happening until finally a new lead was generated a few days later on February 15th, 2007. On this day, someone linked a blog that was connected to the entire Wyoming incident. Then, the blog linked an old forum called the Happy Cube. And this Happy Cube forum is basically where the entirety of the ARG would take place from here on out. So, the forum that was linked seemed to be pretty inactive. The last post was from 2004, and no one had joined the forum until 3 years later when someone named I Like to Fix joined the forum in February 15th of 2007. This user that joined is what caught people's eyes and made them dig deep on the forum. So the forum was called Happy Cube. It's called Happy Cube because it was linked to a hobby known as cubing. Much like how subreddits nowadays are for certain hobbies. If you want to learn how to do something, you can usually find a subreddit for it. So you might be wondering, what the hell is cubing? Basically, it's where serial killers gather loads of people together to hunt them in a pack. Much like the movie The Hunt. That's what cubing is. Now aside from the forum, remember the blog I mentioned earlier? Well, a new blog post appeared explaining how someone out there following this entire incident would receive the newest Wyoming incident video in their email inbox in the coming days. A few days pass, someone gets chosen, and they're emailed the video, only to find out that the email doesn't have the video. But what the email does have is loads of information. This user named Estreed was nice enough to post what he found on the email. The email explains in depth the lore behind the entire incident, citing that while we on the outside view the videos as a series, in the sense that we've been naming them Wyoming Incident 1, Wyoming Incident 2, and so on and so forth, they're not actually a series of videos. In fact, the entire Wyoming incident doesn't start in 2006, it starts way before then. The email explains that this incident has existed for a while in different forms of media, until someone out there in the world brought them into a more modern form of viewing it, and that's what we have now with the Wyoming incident videos. Much like how books come out before they are turned into movies. The person explains that even though the Wyoming incident videos are everyone's first interaction with the incident, it doesn't mean that it's the first ever documented appearance of the incident. The incident could be found on scrolls, books, carvings in stone, and in many other forms. It then says some stuff about mythology, and just all around, it sounds like the person that made this was just coming up with random crap on the spot just for fun. At one point, the person behind the entire ARG tried to get everyone to do a mass ritual. Yeah, the person behind it posted to the Happy Cube forum explaining that he wanted everyone to be alone in their room, turn the lights off, play some really scary music, and start doing sadistic actions. The person knew how much traction the ARG gained at that point and was seemingly trying to take advantage of this new loyal following he now had. Now, whether or not this is all actually real is not known. What I mean by "is this real" is, did someone actually believe that this ritual they had everyone do was going to actually accomplish anything, or was it just part of the ARG? Now, after the ritual post, things just started derailing left and right. Someone explained the entire Wyoming incident from the Google videos to now was all just a prank. Then, oh wait, it's actually not a prank because this new member that joined says it's all real, and there's a real investigation going on with police investigating members of the forum. But then, oh wait,
it's just
the username I like to fix explains that this new user from
yes, it's almost Christmas, LMAO. And then they do this number. Fuck. Fuck. He's like, fuck. Nothing unusual. He's fine. He's gonna be fine, guys. He's fine. He's gonna be fine. I think I made Chino look way too smug. I'm just saying. It's like, yes, it's Christmas. Fuck. Oh fuck. He's like, oh fuck. Damn it. Christ. I see an Christmas came early. Tie Fries up. We need that. He better be under my Christmas tree. Damn. Damn, you guys are so down bad for the guy. Fine, I'll lock in again. Give me a minute. Go back to watching this.
Earlier was lying and he hacked in everyone's accounts to say all of that. Then new forums and posts just began to creep up out of nowhere. There's just so much lore and all around just weird shit that began to pop up after that ritual post. So much that I'd have to make an hour-long video going over all the new things that popped up. And as tempted as I am, I honestly just hate ARGs like this. This one has no purpose. It seems more like someone just got bored one day and said, fuck it, I'm gonna screw with all these people And then they pulled a Kingdom Hearts on us and added to the story by improvising it as the story went along and just completely fucked everything up. By the way, I love the entire Kingdom Hearts franchise, but I'm one of those people that agrees it's just completely convoluted for no reason. All of what I've said is honestly what I believe to be the closest real TLDR on the entire incident. It feels like the Wyoming incident was 8 different stories and ARGs trying their best to fit together into one coherent storyline, but it just doesn't work. And it clearly didn't work at the time because most people lost interest, and as a result, the end goal of the entire ARG was never found. To this day, it's still technically going on, but no one really cares enough about this ARG anymore to find the explanation for it. I also don't think you can say it's still technically going on if no one wants to play the game. Now, if there's any reason to drop a like on the video that you're watching right now, it's this entire explanation I just gave, because the more I learned about this ARG, the more I just wanted to cut the entire thing out of the iceberg, because it was a real pain to figure out any sort of explanation for it. If you guys made it to the end of this item, please leave a like so all my hard work means something. It also really helps me with the YouTube algorithm, so there's that. This will bring us to layer 7. Layer 7 is an odd layer because I feel as though these videos are more disturbing on a visual level as well as containing a ton of backstory. Most of these are clearly fake in the sense that there is no real danger at hand, but a lot of them will leave you questioning, why the hell did someone make this? Pizza Time Pizza. Pizza Time Pizza is an ARG made by Alex Bale. That's the gist of it. Now, what tipped people off to this ARG is the first video. The first video regarding this alternate reality game was posted to Alex Bale's YouTube channel and was simply titled Pizza Time Pizza. The video begins and you just assume it's a fake comedic pizza commercial made for fun. The commercial rambles on about how Pizza Time Pizza is the best pizza out there, and this is what most of the video is. But throughout the entire video, there are these random shots where the viewer is taken out of the commercial to see a scene of someone eating what I assume is the pizza from the Pizza Time Pizza commercial. As the video goes on, each shot of the person eating the pizza gets creepier and creepier. First it shows the person simply watching the video and about to grab a slice. Then the next shot, he grabs a slice and takes a bite. After this, the commercial starts getting very sadistic, stating that Pizza Time Pizza will sacrifice weak members of the Pizza Time Pizza family, and just as the man in the commercial was saying all of this, the person eating the pizza starts coughing up blood. Eventually the man falls to the ground and presumably dies from eating the pizza. Theories began circulating at the time of this video stating that Pizza Time Pizza was a cult and how the video was actually real. Others discovered that the videos were part of an overarching alternate reality game. Now I'm not going to explain the entire plot and story, as with most ARGs it's very complex. I will however leave a link to a video that I believe went over this ARG pretty thoroughly. Henry Eats. Henry Eats is a video by Ben Wheel that was posted to YouTube in December of 2013. The video has since amassed over 3 million views as of making this video, and it's honestly, in my opinion, the most clear video in terms of why it was made and the story behind it. The video starts out with a title screen that simply says, Henry Eats. The video cuts to a weird skull thing eating these little human skeletons off a conveyor belt. The screen slowly zooms out to reveal that we are looking into Henry Eats' brain. Once it fully zooms out, a fly appears and sucks juice out of Henry's ear and fills a cup with it. Some creature comes out of the ground and comes to drink the juice. The cycle of day and night occurs, and then the next day repeats itself just as the first day did. Henry standing there, the fly coming, and the guy drinking the cup. The only difference now is that a new character is introduced, which is this dinosaur-looking creature that appears to be beelining it for Henry's house. Once the dinosaur arrives, the dinosaur proceeds to eat the head of the other weird creature that drinks from the cup, and then, just as it's about to eat Henry's head, we get a shot from inside of the brain like earlier, only this time the conveyor belt stops moving, indicating his death, and then we get a full shot of the house, now showing Henry's headless body inside. I believe that this short is more of an allegory for life and death, and how we never truly know when we're gonna die. It could be a day like any other, it could be a very important day, or it could be very, very far in the future. No one really knows, but what we do know is that no matter where we are in the world, death is always on the run to catch us. That's just my take on the video. As for its creepiness, I didn't really find it creepy, but I think it has more to do with the fact that I understood the video the moment I saw it. If you want to watch the video yourself, feel free. I will leave a link below.
I love this.
Memory hole. Memory Hole is a YouTube channel that mainly posts old VHS tape recordings that are very nonsensical in nature and mainly just flat out disturbing. The entire channel is full of strange content like this. Many people have questioned where the person gets these old recordings from and if the person in the videos are actually dead or alive. So apparently there are several creators behind the Memory Hole channel, and the concept behind the channel is actually quite simple. Most of what I'm about to say is taken from interviews with the creators. The videos that are shown on this channel come from a deep archive of VHS videos that the creators have on hand. They got this archive of VHS tapes from none other than America's Funniest Home Videos. With all of the clips that are shown on that TV show, there are a lot that never made the
My
cut.
God, shut
And
up,
those ones that
messenger,
didn't make
please.
the cut
I'm
are
trying
what
to
is
lock
being
in.
uploaded to the YouTube channel. A lot of what people sent into America's Funniest Home Videos was not suitable for audiences, which is why they never got shown. Most of them are plain weird and straight up disturbing. Somewhere along the way, the creators of Memory Hole got access to all of these disturbing home videos and now post them as content online. Pretty anticlimactic if you ask me, but it's the truth. I will leave a link below to anyone that wants to take a look at some of the content that has been uploaded so far. Everything is Terrible. Everything is Terrible is a website that was founded in 2007 and has since found themselves on YouTube. Their YouTube channel was recently made in February 19th of 2020. The channel contains some of the internet's most bizarre videos. I wouldn't say that the videos are necessarily creepy, but just straight up random. This channel is kind of in the same vein as Memory Hole, with the only difference being that the channel doesn't really have any very creepy videos. It really just uploads random videos from some archive that they have access to. It's been explained that they sift through various garage sales, thrift stores, and bargain bins and try and find the worst and most outrageous VHS tapes that they can get their hands on. They are still posting to this day and haven't stopped just yet. Shed 17. Now just when I thought I had seen it all, I watched Shed 17. This is much like the Scoob and Shag comic, which you guys should know from the Scooby-Doo iceberg that I made. Now, the reason I say it's like Scoob and Shag is because Shed 17 takes a well-known idea and just puts a very dark spin on it. In this case, Shed 17 is about Thomas the Tank Engine. Yes, we are in fact talking about this character here. Shed 17 serves as an explanation as to how Thomas came to be and writes its own original story based on that. Shed 17 is simply a mockumentary posted to YouTube on October 6th of 2015. In this mockumentary, you learn of Thomas Gotts, who got hit and killed by a fast approaching train as a child. And in an attempt to bring him back, Hans and Wilhelm Gotts locked down Shed 17 and began making attempts to combine Thomas's DNA with that of a tank engine. Several attempts are made until finally one day, one is created perfectly. Years go by, and people continuously try to recreate the success that the Gotts scientists were able to produce with Thomas the Tank Engine. The documentary dives deep into all of the failed experiments and how they all ended in the death of the host. It gets to a point where the original Gotts scientists are no longer a part of the project, but the team still tries to create more bio-infused tank engines. They even begin selling this idea to other countries, despite not being able to reproduce a successful attempt. This brings Wilhelm Gotts to commit suicide, and amongst all of the chaos, Thomas comes to discover Shed 17 on his own and realizes that there are many that came before him. Dozens of experiments that failed. They tried so many things, but nothing seemed to work until Thomas the Tank Engine came to life. Thomas realizes that he is merely a clone and freaks out, causing his skeleton to jump out of his body and then dying shortly after. Now, I did in fact enjoy the story. However, I will say that I find it really hilarious that someone out there really spent weeks or months creating a 30-minute mockumentary about how Thomas the Tank Engine is a clone of a real person that died. When I say it out loud like that, you start to realize how crazy it sounds. Save Them Jesus. Save Them Jesus is a reference to a video by Imagine Dom. The video itself is nothing more than one of those creepy, random, disturbing image videos, as it starts off with Jesus as normal, and then suddenly he loses his eyes, and as the video goes on, his head starts spinning until we see a message written above a pentagram that is backwards. The message itself basically talks about suffering and eternal pain and how Jesus will not help save us. Now, the weirder thing about this entire situation isn't the actual video itself. The Imagine Dom channel is very, very strange. You see, Imagine Dom is the YouTube channel that this video lives on. The video was made on November 11th of 2016. The strange thing is that if you look at the channel right now, it's almost unrecognizable to its former self. All of the videos are missing, and only a few videos from its former self remain. All of the weird satanic videos have gone missing, including the Save Them Jesus video. Each video on the channel was similar to that of the Save Them Jesus video. Each one had disturbing imagery and always ended with a pentagram and a message. But, as of right now, the reason as to why this happened or why Imagine Dom is seemingly trying to cover up its past is unbeknownst to me. The reason that I heard a lot of people mention was that Imagine Dom was battling some type of issue. Some say it was cancer, others say it was some other sort of mental illness. I don't know how much truth there is to this type of claim, but mostly everyone that commented this agreed on one thing. After coming back from whatever he was dealing with, he deleted all of his old videos because of his new outlook on life, with his old videos reminding him of his depression and old mindset that he just doesn't have anymore. Again, I don't know how much truth there is to this. It is very clear that he went back and deleted his old videos. If anyone has a credible source from Imagine Dom, feel free to share it in the comments, as I'd love to know why the channel is the way it is right now. Treats for Beasts. So Treats for Beasts seems like nothing more than a passion art project. The thing about this channel is that if you don't have an open mind when going into it, you're going to be quickly repulsed by the nature of these videos. Which I admit, I was a bit at first. But you have to keep in mind, I had been researching weird shit for hours before I got to this guy's channel, and if making this video has taught me anything, it's that I should definitely go back and make sure my explanation is in order before making anything set in stone. One of the videos that I have grown very fond of is the music video that he put out 6 years ago titled Beasts, which is a clear satire and criticism of how terrible humans treat planet Earth, treating the Earth much like that of a sick virus. The video starts off with this very catchy beat. Then it shows this green creature singing to us. The first line that the creature says is,
I am the beast that cuts the meat. Now that you're dead, you can sink in your teeth.
Which is an obvious critique of how people are quick to kill animals and savagely eat them without any remorse. The entire video is styled like this, with critiques on how humans center their lives around animalistic behaviors, such as when he talks about how farmers grow bread to eat with their disgusting meat.
I am the beast that grows the wheat. I make bread. Do you eat it with me?
Then going as far as critiquing our world leaders, explaining how this same beast that eats the meat is also the one writing the law.
I am the beast that handles deeds. Yeah.
There are many other videos like this on the channel, some deeper than others, most notably the video titled after his channel, Treats for Beasts, which in my opinion seems like a self-commentary on his own channel. The meaning behind this video, in my opinion, seems to be about how people constantly pester him about what his channel represents, with you, the viewer, being represented as this sex toy, constantly pleasuring the creator of this channel with good feedback about how amazing his content is, no matter what the content is that he puts out, then asking him over and over again about the meaning, in return offering us explanations with a nihilistic attitude, which I think is a self-commentary on the channel. Treats for Beasts is trying to say that he could offer us an explanation, but it's not worth the effort, because no matter what he says the channel is about, it will be met with joyous self-pleasure, which is represented by the sex toy. The channel to me seems like a passion project that allows the creator to fully express his feelings towards humanity and certain aspects of religion. I wanted to say thanks to everyone that commented. I do think since posting a lot of my videos, my mind has been able to open up to analyzing these types of channels. And for that, I wanted to thank each and every one of you that took the time to comment and do it in a respectful way that led to me making this video. With that said, let's move on. This will bring us to Layer 8. Layer 8 contains more upfront disturbing content. Upfront meaning you don't have to do digging to understand what exactly is happening in these videos. There are a few entries on this layer that have incredibly wild backstories, while most of the others will just straight up give you the chills. Look at the clown. Now, as opposed to most of the videos on this iceberg, I'm not going to play this video in the background because it's just a slideshow that displays various pictures of clowns. There's no animation or anything to keep your guys' eyes entertained, so I'm just going to talk over this gameplay. The video in question is called Look at the Clown, a child therapy program, and it was uploaded to a YouTube channel called Ronald Yoder Sr. Entertainment. The video begins explaining how the owner of the channel has a son named Ronald Yoder Jr., and that this video you're watching will serve as an experimental therapy in order for his son to get over his fear of clowns. It then states that the therapy was loosely based on a technique by renowned child psychologist Shirley Beverly French. It then shows a picture of this so-called Shirley, but it's actually a picture of actress Tilda Swinton from the Doctor Strange movies. The rest of the video is quite creepy, and if you're afraid of clowns, I would not suggest looking this one up. It's literally just a slideshow of clowns varying in scariness. That's the entire video. It's just pictures of clowns that may or may not look terrifying. Now the weird thing about all of this is that there is in fact another video on this guy's channel titled The Cult of Shirley Beverly French, and it's a video of Tilda Swinton talking to the camera. Now I personally believe that this is another ARG waiting to get popular, but as of right now, not much information seems to be on the internet regarding this video. It's important to note that the clown video is the only video on this channel to amass over 100,000 views, so maybe it's just waiting for people to dig deeper into it. The channel is completely riddled with creepy videos like this.
Okay.
If you want to take a deep dive yourself, I will leave a link to the channel below. Golden Rebel 25. Golden Rebel.
I don't know how much I could take it right now because for some reason I am very tired. But I'm sober enough to do this. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome, LMAO. It's time. Basically, you're welcome, guys. Wheeze. Whoa. Damn. Alright. Ah, dead. Oh dear. Don't worry yourself out. I'm fine. Need that. Zam. Zam. Nah, he's fine, guys. He's fine. Guys, he's fine, I swear. You're fine, Anin. Don't mind him, guys. He's fine. Look at him. He's fine. I don't know what you guys are talking about. He's fine. Guys, he's fine. It's okay. Guys, he's fine. You see him? He's fine. It's fine. If I give him his glasses, that'd be fucking funny. Nah, I won't. I won't fast for quick. I choked on my food like, whoa, so entirely fine, actually, jeez. 'Tis the season to be freaky, fella. Bye, Kips. Guys, he's fine, don't worry.
Rebel 25 was part of the mapper community. For those who are sitting there scratching their heads wondering what the mapping community is, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a community dedicated to creating several
Crawls
types
out
of
of the
maps
grave.
that
I'm alive,
transform over a given
bitches.
period.
Yeah, and here, you good timing, KJ. Good timing, KJ. Good timing, I guess.
Good
Lamau.
times. Golden Rebel 25 was a mapper and YouTuber that gained a bit of an audience when he began posting
Oh,
a
just
series
in
called
time for the
The Ultimate
chaos. So
Future of Europe.
basically, yay.
These videos went through the history
Yay,
of Europe
you
and
guys
mapped out
get
its
me, the
events
chaos.
as if the events in
I
history
need to
went
be
differently.
dominated.
And
I
he
need to
started mapping
win this
past current times,
crazy.
creating his own version
Damn.
of Europe that he
Alright
thought
then,
may
guys,
come
chill.
true. It was these videos that gained Golden Rebel 25 a little over 1,000 subscribers, and he became a big figure in the mapping community. The weird thing though is that when he started to find some success, he decided to call it quits. He did this by making a final blog statement on May 7th to the mapping community known as Mapperdonia. In this statement, he explained that he would leave his channel and stop uploading because of personal issues in his life. He then stated that he would leave his channel in the hands of another mapper named the One-Legged Fascist, or known back then as simply Toll. Golden Rebel 25 even deleted all the videos from his channel, and as of 2021, the channel has
This
been
Christmas
permanently
we're
deleted.
freaking frazz
Thankfully,
out.
someone on
Yeah,
the internet
just milk
created an
him
alternate
dry.
channel and uploaded all
I
the
did not
videos,
say
so
that.
if you want to check them
Moving
out,
on.
feel free to, as I'll leave a link below. This isn't the end of the story though. Word got around that the personal issues Golden Rebel 25 was dealing with at the time was actually leukemia. It was found out by the community that he passed away. This would normally be where the story ends, but then something even weirder happened. On December 23rd, 2018, several years later, someone started streaming to Golden Rebel 25's Twitch channel. The live stream contains footage of a person walking and repeatedly saying, "I am alive." After this live stream came about, people began to question what really happened to this mapper. Three main theories came of this. One was that Golden Rebel 25 somehow faked his own death and was going to make a comeback. This in fact was a thing that some YouTubers in the past have done. This theory was ruled out because it made
Honestly,
no sense for him to make a
forgot,
live stream as a comeback instead of just uploading to his YouTube channel. The second theory was that Golden Rebel 25's accounts were hacked. But the mapping community wasn't very large at the time, and most people even forgot that his account existed. This is important because most of the members in the community were all around 18 or younger, and the probability of someone being in the community, having knowledge that Golden Rebel 25 existed, and being able to hack into his account was so unlikely that everyone just decided to roll out this theory entirely. The last theory was that Tolf was behind the entire thing. This is because the last known information was that Tolf had access to his accounts. We know this because of what Golden Rebel 25 stated in his live. This theory was actually proved as a group of people in the community managed to gain the trust of Tolf by frequently messaging him on Snapchat. And then, when Tolf fully trusted them, they casually asked him about the Golden Rebel 25 incident, to which he admitted to everything, even stating that the original Golden Rebel 25 account was simply an alternate YouTube channel that he made for himself. So sadly, the Golden Rebel 25 was never even a real person in the first place. It was all Tolf. Before we move on, I want to credit that last theory over to this video, which thoroughly went in depth on what happened. Credits to the YouTuber Dead Hats because this video was very informative and honestly deserves more views than what it has. Sounds from Hell. So the only thing I was able to find online that related to this entry was this story called The Well to Hell. Correct me if I'm wrong about this in the comments, but I'm just going to explain the Well to Hell story as it seems to be linked to this part of the iceberg. So the Well to Hell story was a hoax that originated back in 1989 in a broadcast by Trinity Broadcasting Network. The broadcast explained how several miners in Siberia drilled a hole so far in the earth that they were able to hear the screams of people suffering in hell. The hole that was drilled was then dubbed the Well to Hell. Now this was claimed to be proof of the literal existence of hell. However, the story has a lot of points that make it almost impossible to be true. For example, the temperature of the described hole is said to have risen to around 1000 degrees Celsius. Knowing this, the group lowered an extremely heat-tolerant microphone to get this audio. This audio circulated around the internet, and you can give a listen to it yourself, but honestly, it makes no sense how you can have a microphone with wires that are so heat resistant that it can withstand 1000 degrees Celsius. That's already a bad look for the story, but it gets worse as people actually identified the audio coming from this movie. The movie called Barren Blood was made in 1972, and the sound clip from the movie was layered several times with some screams thrown in here and there, and that's what makes up the original audio from this video. I will leave a link to a video debunking the theory along with the audio. 112 Dirtbag. 112 Dirtbag is in reference to a video posted by this old man titled Happy Anniversary. The video starts in a very red, dim room with an old man on screen. The old man just laughs maniacally the entire video, and it ends saying the words Happy Anniversary.
Yeah, don't
now
worry
this by
about
itself is just kind of unnerving, with nothing
That's the
absolutely
point.
crazy happening. However, this story takes a very weird and dark turn when you look at why this guy created his channel and the other videos on it. Before I go on, I want to mention that the original channel was actually called Mr. 112 Dirtbag, but this channel no longer exists and was deleted, so you can't find it anywhere on YouTube.
Interesting.
You can find several playlists on YouTube that show all the videos that Mr. 112 Dirtbag had on his channel. So, the videos on his channel actually link this man to a missing persons case back from 2004. The original upload date of 112 Dirtbag's video was February 8th of 2012, and a woman named Maura Murray went missing on February 9th of 2004. Now the dates aren't exactly spot on, but it's already kind of weird. And considering the video is called Happy Anniversary, it makes it clear that this guy has some sort of link to this case. It only gets stranger from here though. So, Maura Murray was a nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She left campus early one day and told everyone at her school and work that she was taking a week off due to a family emergency. However, no such emergency existed. In fact, she straight up just disappeared that night. The last known whereabouts of her are from her car crash on Route 112. A local bus driver saw the crash and tried to call 911. However, Mora, for whatever reason, did not want the police involved in any way, shape, or form, as she told the man repeatedly to not call the police. The man called anyways, and before the police arrived, Mora Murray had run off. Presumably somewhere in the woods, but no one truly knows where she went. All people know now is that she is missing. Some of the details from her disappearance linked to this video. Besides just the dates, there is actually another link in the form of 112 Dirtbag's name. The 112 comes from the route that she disappeared on, and the dirtbag comes from a public statement that Mora's father gave in an interview where he said that his daughter was kidnapped by so-called dirtbags. Now these three pieces of evidence isn't all too much, the date, Route 112, and the word dirtbag, but when you look at the other videos 112 Dirtbag has on his channel, it becomes clear that this guy definitely wants people to know that he is somehow linked to this case. He even posted a video titled Mora Murray, where it simply shows a ticket to Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, which is dated on February 11, 2004. This is only 2 days after the initial disappearance of Mora Murray. Another video shows this picture at the end, which people were able to deduce that it represents a map of Bretton Woods Mountain Resort, with these numbers matching up closely to how they are shown in this photo. Now you might be convinced that this guy is, at the very least, linked to this disappearance. However, it's been somewhat confirmed that 112 Dirtbag is not a murderer, but just some crazy guy with the camera and the ability to upload to YouTube. 112 Dirtbag has been identified to be this man, whose name is Alden Olson, who is honestly quite the character. When you see any of Alden Olson's videos, and you see him speak clearly, you definitely can see how it's just some random crazy man that wanted attention, and saw an opportunity to insert himself into this case, and simply wanted fame and notoriety. Mora Murray is still missing to this day, and it's unclear if an answer will ever be given. Hi Walter, I got a new GF today. This part of the iceberg is in reference to a video of the same name. The video was posted by this channel in October of 2009. The video itself begins like any other cringy vlog video. The video is only about 50 seconds long, and it begins with a neckbeard type of person telling us about his new girlfriend and how they went to the mall today. Throughout the beginning of the video, you can tell that there's something off about this guy. As the video continues, he explains how his new girlfriend really wanted all of these cool things and how he couldn't say no. He then concludes the video by showing the viewer his new girlfriend. He opens the door to reveal his new girlfriend handcuffed and gagged in a room begging for help. The video ends with the man forcing himself in the room and slamming the door shut. Upon first watch, without any context at all, it's really creepy and hard to watch this video. Even though I know it's fake, which by the way, this has been confirmed to be fake, it's still really hard for me to watch this video because I just really hate this specific type of content where someone is being held captive. I think it has to do with the fact that I just hate the idea of not being able to move freely. Check out the description below, as I will leave a link to it. It's definitely more unsettling to watch yourself than it is to hear me talk about it. Hugo Vomit. Hugo Vomit is a YouTube channel that was created back in March of 2008. The channel only has 4 videos uploaded to it, and they are honestly very nonsensical. Each one is the same sort of style and format except for the first video. The first video actually made me laugh a little bit, even though it's pretty weird. It's simply titled This, and it has the instrumental from the song The Final Countdown playing in the background, while a picture of what I assume is an angel comes toward the screen. It's just 30 seconds of this. Now in complete contrast, the other 3 videos on the channel are all pretty much the same. Some weird loud static noise can be heard in the background, while seemingly unrelated footage of random videos are played. Each of them is around 2 minutes long and sport this very weird naming system. Again, not much is known as to why this was made. People have speculated that the channel was a failed attempt at an ARG, and this idea is further explored in a video by Scare Theater. I'll leave a link below for you guys to go and watch that. HRHR/Okamoto. Okay, so the person that created the iceberg separated these two, but I believe that they referenced the same exact video. The creator actually wrote in the Reddit post that they are the same video, so I don't know why he split them up. Anyways, Okamoto, which I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, I'm just going to assume that's the name, is in reference to this very obscure weird video of these figures dancing around. The figures seem to be based off of this woman named Masumi Hisamoto, who is widely known for being a part of a meme known as Airmoto. Now the figures are seen doing this weird two-step dance move throughout the whole video, which, funnily enough, reminds me of that one scene in the movie It, where the clown dances like this. Anyways, the video ends with a zoom in on one of the figures' stomachs, and then a figure appears and jolts around inside the stomach, at which point the video ends. The entire thing just seems like one of those weird videos for weird video's sake, and nothing more than that. The description is also pretty bizarre, as it repeats the phrase "destroy them all" an abnormally large amount of times. To be quite honest, I couldn't find any type of explanation for this video, so I'm gonna just leave it at that. This will bring us to Layer 9. Layer 9 is where real life starts coming into play in these videos. Up to this point, there hasn't been any content where you are truly seeing or questioning if someone got hurt or traumatized in the making of the video. But Layer 9 is where all of that stops. From home videos to real YouTube rabbit holes you can look at right now, this layer will leave you questioning your reality on if what you're seeing really happened or not. Grave robbing for morons. So there are two possible origins for this video. The first, which I believe is the actual origin of the video, is on a DVD known as Ensuring Your Place in Hell Volume 1. I wasn't able to find an official release date on this DVD, as every copy of the DVD is a bootleg copy. Ensuring Your Place in Hell Volume 1 is a compilation of 4 videos, with one of them being Grave Robbing for Morons. A second possible origin of the video's popularity is from a video posted to YouTube in August of 2014 titled Grave Robbing for Morons. The video is essentially a handbook on grave robbing. It discusses in detail how to rob the grave, remove the bones from the body, clean the body up, and finally how to sell the stolen items. Since the video surfaced, people always question the video's validity, and the general consensus is that the video is fake. The reason that this is the general consensus is because the person in the video giving the tutorial doesn't seem to know all that much about robbing graves, specifically with what to do with the body. A lot of the methods he mentions for cleaning the skulls simply won't work well and are honestly just plain stupid. For example, he suggests leaving the skull outside on your roof for a few days in order to bleach it, but in actuality, the best way that scientists have found to bleach a skull is to use hydrogen peroxide. He also suggests that if someone witnesses you rob a grave, that you should knock them out, as they will simply wake up and believe it's a dream. Now, I'm no expert on this, but I'm pretty sure that's not how being knocked out works. There are a few more points that people have made as well, but the majority of people have agreed that this video is in fact fictional. The video ends with the man stating that his next grave to rob is going to be Houdini. I assume he is talking about Harry Houdini the magician, but as we know now, this never happened. So clearly this guy is lying. Monkey hate. So apparently there is a phenomenon similar to Elsagate that plagues YouTube. Only this time, it's not weird cartoon characters doing sexual acts. It's people abusing and wanting to torture monkeys. Yeah, you heard that right. I don't know why monkeys are being targeted specifically, but if you go on YouTube right now and type in the phrase monkey hate or the phrase tree rat, you will be met with lots of disturbing videos where monkeys are either being force-fed food or just straight up killed. It's really sickening, but the worst part about this is that the comments seem to be encouraging of these types of videos. Take this video for example. This baby monkey gets bit really bad by this dog and begins crying for help. But all of the comments are asking if the dog is okay or not, and don't really give a care about the monkey. And some comments even mention that it's a shame that the monkey, or should I say tree rat, didn't die. The fact that these animal abuse videos are even allowed on YouTube is crazy. I really don't understand how people can watch this and have a fetish for it. It's so disgusting. People seem to really get off to these types of videos, and I wish that YouTube would crack down on this harder than they already have. Cooking with Huck Botko. Cooking with Huck Botko is another inclusion on the Ensuring Your Place in Hell DVD. The reason that this is so much lower than Grave Robbing for Morons is unknown. I assume it's because Grave Robbing for Morons was a more popular video than Cooking with Huck Botko. The video, Cooking with Huck Botko, is exactly what it sounds like. A man named Huck Botko cooks food on video. Sounds normal enough. The video presents itself in a documentary style format, and the first thing that happens on the video is we meet this man who tells us that he wants to get revenge on his family by cooking disgusting things and then tricking them into eating it. The first thing that Huck Botko cooks up is a fruitcake. In the fruitcake video, he first makes the cake and then pays a bunch of people off the street to spit in it, and then he goes back home and bakes it as normal. Christmas Day comes and everyone in his family eats the spit-filled fruitcake. Now this is already pretty disgusting, but it only gets worse from here. In the next cooking video, he gets revenge on his mom for leaving his family. He creates a cake for her, but while he's making the batter, he puts parts of dead animals in it and even puts maggots inside of it. The mom is then shown enjoying the cake and even more people eating the cake afterwards. His next cooking video is on his sister. He hates his sister because she has a better life than him, so he decides to make her a cheesecake. But obviously, as with his other videos, he doesn't just make a normal cheesecake. Instead, he brings the already made cake to this unknown location. He walks into a room of people, and the viewer learns that all of these people have blood-related diseases such as hepatitis B. He then draws everyone's blood and puts it on top of the cake. The cake is then brought to a party with his family, and not only does his sister eat it, but so does the rest of his family, including this small child. The last one I'm going to mention is this pie that he serves his brother. He explains a sad story about how his brother abused him when he was younger, and now it's time for his revenge. He baked his brother a pie, and then he got male porn actors to ejaculate on the pie. On the DVD, none of this is censored. You can see the guys doing, well, you know. After eating the pie, the sister remarks that the crust tastes a bit salty, but otherwise it's delicious. Now at first glance, these videos appear to be real as they come on an unknown DVD from a seemingly unknown source. However, the person in the video is actually a known director named Huck Botko. He wrote the movie The Last Exorcism and even directed another movie called Who Gets the Dog. So while these videos are in fact fictional, it's still pretty disturbing that they were made in the first place. Cartoon Incorporated. Cartoon Incorporated is a reference to a YouTube channel that has since been deleted. While the channel was still up, it frequently posted videos that masqueraded as sequels to popular kids movies, such as this video titled Frozen 3. Obviously, we know that Frozen only has 2 movies, but the reason for the obscure naming of these videos becomes apparent if you were to take a look at the comment section. The comments are all done by fake accounts of celebrities that children would know. All of the fake celebrity accounts are commenting saying that they are very horny and want to have sex. They even say to leave your contact info as a reply so that they can reach you somehow. Now this seems really weird at first, but trust me, it gets even more disgusting from here. This channel was created as a way to be a hidden spot for pedophiles to go and try to meet kids. That is why the videos are titled as they are. Any little kids that love the Frozen series is gonna see this 30-minute video titled Frozen 3 and click on it instantly, not knowing that it's fake. They would then see the comments and might even comment a phone number or a way to contact them. That is the trap. All of these videos were meant as a way for pedophiles to lure and meet children. The nature of this channel was discovered by a YouTuber named Mama Max. He posted a video explaining the entire situation in full detail. By the way, on a side note, if you haven't seen this video, go watch it. It's very well made, and he even lures a pedophile into talking to him for a very extensive period of time. Mama Max single-handedly got the channel taken down and hopefully got the creators of it arrested, but that's still unknown. What is known though is that this is probably the craziest attempt at a child predator ring that YouTube has ever seen. If anyone ever runs into weird videos like this on YouTube, maybe you'll take a chance, as you never know what the video or the channel's true purpose could be. Daisy Leaves. This part of the iceberg refers to this video on YouTube titled Daisy Leaves. The video starts off with a body bag on the ground, and then halfway through the video the bag disappears and the door opens. Suddenly a man appears with some type of weapon or a piece of paper in his hand. Now this video by itself is pretty unnerving, but the weird and scary part of this video is that it's a part of this channel. The first video on this channel is titled Daisy Arrives, and it's simply a video of an empty chair that suddenly gets filled with a black body bag. Following this is numerous videos of this so-called Daisy doing various things that the creator makes her do. The video always depicts Daisy, which I assume is a dead body stuffed inside this body bag, being placed in random spots of this man's house. All the videos involve the same style of editing, where a spot is empty, then the body bag appears, and sometimes the man himself appears in the videos as well. The last video was titled Daisy Leaves. Now I'm almost certain that these videos are fake because the bag doesn't appear to have a real person inside of it. The body looks way too skinny to be a person, and the way in which the man handles the body reveals how weightless the body bag is. Unless it's just a pile of bones that have rotted over time, I doubt that this body bag actually contains the remains of a dead person. So a lot of people wanted me to talk about the theory that Inside a Mind came up with. The theory is that the person who created this Robert Helpman channel posted these videos as a representation of the 12 days of Christmas. Originally, there were 12 videos on this channel. Obviously, some of them have been taken down for whatever reason. This can be seen now as only 10 videos remain, but nonetheless, there used to be 12 videos. This idea becomes more apparent when you acknowledge the fact that the distorted sound that you can hear in each video is actually a reversed version of an old Santa Claus record that people used to buy in the 1920s. This, coupled with the fact that there are 12 videos, leads people to believe that the creator believes Christmas is this decrepit body that you invite into your house for 12 days each year. And while it's there, we appreciate it, abuse it, and worship it until it's time for it to go. Some people go very overboard and blow their entire life savings on gifts, using the excuse that it's Christmas. Others try to use Christmas to get out of paying for stuff, saying, it's Christmas time, come on, why don't you give me a break? Also, as humans, we are generally more prone to gluttony during this time. So basically, the Daisy video series is supposed to represent all that's bad about Christmas. All of that stuff I said before about people getting away with paying for stuff, blowing their life savings, all that stuff is generally seen as the bad part of Christmas. And Robert Helpman's channel is a commentary on how we invite Christmas in for 12 days a year and just basically abuse it beyond belief. Whether it's true or not is not confirmed, but I'd like to believe so. She's still sleeping. This is in reference to a vlog that was posted by Timothy Birmingham on his YouTube channel. The video starts off with Tim filming his wife in bed, who is said to be still sleeping. Now keep in mind, what you are watching in the background is in fact a re-uploaded video. This text was not originally here. Timothy went about his day and notes that it's unusual for his wife Penny to sleep in so late, but nonetheless, he adores her still. The video is a fairly normal vlog for the most part, as he just goes outside and starts talking about his channel growth and thanks a few subscribers that joined recently. The video ends without any real weirdness going on. That is until you realize that his wife in the video was actually dead the entire time. Unbeknownst to Timothy, his wife died in his sleep before he even realized what was going on. He mistakenly thought she was just asleep and even remarks that it's unusual for her to sleep this long, but just brushes it off. It's known knowledge that Tim has a disability and is a bit slow. This is why he didn't realize that his wife passed away until after uploading the video. The video has since been removed from his channel for obvious reasons. The sad thing is that at the time, people accused Timothy of planning the whole thing and being a sociopath that posted his dead wife on purpose for attention. This obviously wasn't the case and is just another unfortunate story of someone finding out their loved one passed away in their sleep. I'm also going to be linking Timothy's YouTube channel if you guys want to go and support him. This will bring us to the very last layer on the iceberg, layer 10. The last layer on the iceberg contains some of the worst videos that anyone can spend their time watching. From people unaliving themselves to accidents that will leave you never wanting to get into a car again. For all intents and purposes, these entries are some of the most truly disturbing content you can watch. Paluchin Entertainment. Paluchin Entertainment is a YouTube channel that has since been deleted. The channel was ran by a kid named Matthias. He gained widespread infamy when he posted a video of him literally killing his cat. That's the entire story. The video is somewhere online, but I was unable to view it myself. The live leak video seems to be dead and won't play for whatever reason. I wouldn't have played it for you guys anyways, but I wanted to see what happened. His channel was deleted back in 2019, but the crazy thing is that the video of the cat stayed on YouTube for far too long. He has since tried coming back on YouTube, but was met with obvious criticism. Roro-chan's final live stream. The story of Roro-chan is a very sad one at that. Roro-chan _1999 was the username of a 13-year-old girl that frequently live streamed in Japan by using a popular streaming service called FC2 and the Japanese video sharing service known as Nico Nico. Her live streams consisted of what you might expect from a girl this young. She could be seen singing, playing the piano, and generally just talking to her audience and having fun. Over time, she began doing more dangerous stunts, such as running into traffic and trying to dodge cars, or even standing at the edge of her apartment complex roof. Besides these last two though, her live streams were fairly normal. That is until November 24th, 2013. This is the last known live stream of Roro-chan, as she would commit suicide that day by jumping off the balcony of her 13th floor apartment building. This is the part where I'm going to show the video. If you don't wish to see it, skip to this time slot right here, or scroll down to the comment section so you don't miss any information about the incident while the clip plays. Let's keep going. This is the clip of her jumping from the live stream, and it doesn't show anything besides her feet standing at the beginning of the clip, and then a shaky shot of her plummeting to the ground below. As I said before, there's not any gore or dead remains shown in the video. The clip just simply begins with her standing on top of the building, staring down at the ground. She then jumps off, and can be seen falling very fast until finally she hits the ground. Most of the videos you will find on this subject do not have any audio from the live stream. Many of the viewers of the live stream explained that she instantly regretted jumping, as when she jumped, she could be heard immediately screaming for help. Many questioned why she would do such a thing. Before she died, she talked about how she wanted to become a legend on the internet. She wanted so badly to become famous, and no matter how it was attained, she simply wanted to be a legend. Some of the comments on her live stream even told her things like, "Become a legend a different way," or "Please stop." But obviously, we know how the story ends. The event gained widespread attention when in 2019, a Japanese rock band released an animated music video for their song titled Ruru's Suicide Show. The song and video were meant as a tribute to Roro-chan, and since then, the story has only gained more traction. Numerous people on YouTube have explained the incident and gone far in depth on exactly what happened. Before we move on, if this story resonates with you in any way, feel free to leave a comment below, or go to the subreddit dedicated to Roro-chan, as I'm sure people would love to hear what you have to say. Video 1444. Video 1444 is literally a video of a live suicide. That's the entire video. I'm not going to play the video for obvious reasons, but here are some blurred screenshots from the video. The person in the video is an 18-year-old from Russia named Gleb Korbalev. Sorry if I butchered the name, but anyways, he live streamed his suicide on Russian social media website VK. I've seen a lot of graphic videos in my day, and even this one still left me with chills when I watched it. The video starts off with a kid pointing an assault rifle at his head and saying something in Russian. It's presumed that what he said in Russian is translated into English to say goodbye. He then shoots himself, leaving a giant gaping hole in his head, and the video ends. It's very sad to know that people out there are doing such things to themselves. Suicide is a serious issue. If you guys know anyone that could be suffering from depression, don't be afraid to reach out, because you never know if you could be the one that saves them. I have to give a due warning because the next videos, along with their respective audio, could be traumatizing. I've heard from numerous people in my life and on several forums that these two videos have stuck with them for a long time after their initial viewing. Both of them involve the death of regular everyday people and can be very hard to stomach. You will see blurred videos of the incidents accompanied with crystal clear audio that makes them truly haunting. You will hear people begging for their life and gasping for their last few breaths of air. The reason I'm even choosing to share these entries in the first place is because I want to tell the full story of what actually happened during each of these events. I do not condone the act of violence or anything of the sort when talking about these next two entries. Just so we're clear, one of them is a straight up murder and the other one is an unfortunate accident that took place on a freeway. If you don't think you can stomach either of these, I suggest going and clicking off of this video right now and just watching something else entirely. With that warning out of the way, let's get into the second to last item on part 4. The neighbor snow dispute.
Come on, guys, you just want to go back to
The neighbor
work.
snow dispute refers to an incident that took place in Plains Township, Pennsylvania on February 1st of 2001. Basically, a husband and wife by the name of James and Lisa Goy got into an altercation with their neighbor named...
Guys, listen. I'm going to hell for this, but I guess you could say she knows how to bend over. I'm sorry. You're telling me Bendy and Cup got all of this? I'm fighting them. I don't care. What is this masterpiece?
Named Jeffrey Spade.
Cup
This
and Bendy
altercation
are
occurred
lucky. Oh
when the
my
married
god,
couple
you
was
guys.
shoveling snow from their parking spots and
Chill
purposely
out,
throwing it
chill
onto
out,
Jeffrey
guys,
Spade's
chill.
property. Jeffrey asked them to stop multiple times, which then led to an argument, and after further escalation through cursing and obscene gestures, James Goy, who is part of the married couple, began threatening to hurt Jeffrey Spade, at which point Spade went back into his home, grabbed a handgun, and came back outside ready to fire. And this is where things get crazy, because I imagine if any of you watching this were in this situation, you would be like, holy fuck, that is a gun. I'm gonna shut the hell up
Oh,
right
hi,
now.
what's up,
But this
Bingus?
couple
You
gives
see this?
zero fucks.
Bendy and Cup
They
cannot
look
handle all
straight
that.
down
Get
the
rid of
barrel
me.
of this gun and continue shouting names at him from the middle of the street. After being
Cuphead, Bendy, move over. Y'all can't handle her. Alright. Okay, KJ, thanks for joining.
pushed beyond his breaking point, Jeffrey proceeds to shoot
love
both
how-
of the
I just
people several
love how you
times,
guys are just
and
like,
Spade
yo,
goes back inside to
Cuphead and
grab a
Bendy can't
freaking
handle all
assault
that.
rifle just to finish the job. Now, stuff like this happens all the time, especially in America, but the reason that this video is on this specific iceberg is because of the audio. This next part might get this video taken down at some point, but honestly, I'ma just say fuck it because I think it's freaking crazy that this audio even exists. I'm going to play the audio for you guys over a screenshot of the altercation. I highly recommend skipping this part because honestly, this audio is the only part of this that really haunted me, as you can clearly hear the people gasping for air and begging for help. It's not fun in games. This is not one of those times where you should be like, please. I've seen so much fucked up shit on the internet, because believe me when I say hearing it happen is a lot worse than just seeing it happen.
I'll think
So,
about it.
if you're
Dingus.
still here after all of that warning, let's play the audio. The audio is really what takes the video from sad to just straight up disturbing. Hearing the man scream, "Call the cops, he shot me," and then followed up by the lady gasping for air is just truly disturbing to me, and the most haunting line that stuck with me throughout all of this is how soulless the shooter is as he makes his way back up to the lady and says, "You should have kept your fucking mouth shut,"
Well,
and then
damn,
proceeds
Cassie,
to end her life.
Damn, Cassie.
This is truly one of the most disturbing videos
Sure,
on the
JJ.
internet that I have ever seen, and that's really saying something when you see what I'm going to show you guys in part 5. Full disclosure, one of my closest friends showed me this video, so I didn't discover it myself, but I've got to say, it really puts into perspective just how crazy some people out in the world are. These people thought they were just going to get in an argument over some snow, and I can guarantee no one thought they were going to die that day. Some backstory before we move on, just so everyone understands why this happened. Apparently, the couple had been harassing this neighbor for years, and it was just a matter of time until Jeffrey met his breaking point. I'm not trying to justify this shooting in any way, because it's never okay to straight up kill someone, especially over fucking snow. But the one thing that you should take away from this is that you have absolutely no idea what people are capable of. Be wary the next time that you decide to get into an altercation like this, no matter where you are, because you never know what could happen. The Russian brick incident. This is a very traumatizing incident that occurred on June 12th of 2012 on a highway located in the Rostov region of Russia. What you are watching is the actual footage from the incident, but don't be alarmed. I will give a due warning once the scary part of the video comes up. The dashcam footage that you're watching is a man and his wife in the front seats, with another couple and their young child riding in the back. Nothing crazy happens in this video for a minute and a half. All you see is the road, some cars driving by, with the silence being filled with the steady hum of the engine, and some noises being heard from the passengers. At around 1 minute and 40 seconds into the video, a rickety old looking box truck loaded with bricks flies by. You can barely make it out in the video, but apparently this truck had a pile of loose bricks spilling out of the trunk. In a sick turn of events, one brick gets free and flies directly at the car, tearing through the windshield and crushing the skull of 29-year-old Olga Gaikovich, who was in the passenger seat of this car. This incident is one of the worst things that can happen, but you might be scratching your head wondering how this is disturbing. You might just think it's just disgusting. The disturbing part comes from the audio that can be heard in the original video. The wails and screams that come from the husband who is driving is just so traumatizing. Even though I don't speak Russian, you can clearly hear the pain and hurt in his voice from seeing his wife's disfigured face. Now for those that actually want to see the full footage with the audio, I will be playing it in a few moments.
Oh, hi,
If you
Arwen.
wish to skip past
Fancy
this,
seeing
look
you
in the
here.
description or in the pinned comment for the timestamps and simply go to this timestamp. If you are still watching right now, I will assume that you are okay with watching this incident unfold. With that warning out of the way, here is the Russian brick incident in its entirety. Keep in mind, this isn't even the worst of what's to come on this list. Face split diving video. Around June of 2009, a video of a 16-year-old boy jumping off a cliff went viral because of the aftermath. The first moments of this video looked like a normal home video, and it kind of is for the first 15 seconds. But things take a turn for the worst when this 16-year-old slips as he jumps and hits his face directly on this concrete slab and then falls into the ocean. The video shows him floating on the surface after this incident, and his body is just completely motionless.
What up?
As if that wasn't already horrific enough, what is
Chimneys.
absolutely terrifying is what plays after this
see you
clip.
later,
When the
Cassie.
teenager hit the concrete slab, his face got completely split in half. And I don't mean, this isn't an exaggeration. I'm not saying like, oh, it got split in half. Isn't that crazy, guys? His face legitimately got split in half. And to demonstrate
okay
what
with
it
it.
looks like exactly, I cut this burrito in half. Why a burrito? Because it's messy, and in the video, it's very fucking messy. So the doctor is shown with his hand on the side of the kid's face, and he just keeps putting the face back together and letting it fall back into two pieces. All the while, he keeps repeating in Arabic, "Where do I even begin?" Keep in mind, the entire time the doctor is doing this, it's very apparent that the boy is alive and conscious throughout the entire thing, as you can see his tongue moving around and other parts of his body, like his chest moving and breathing, clearly alive and conscious while his entire ordeal is happening to him. The boy did end up kind of haphazardly being patched together, and honestly, I wouldn't even know where to start if I was the doctor. Like, this is actually a crazy case, but even with him being patched up, he ended up passing away 2 days later in the ICU just because of how much internal bleeding he had in the brain. And what's really messed up about the situation is that despite the fact that this video exists and this incident exists, people that live in Beirut, Lebanon, which is where this took place, still dive at this exact spot. Even after a fence was put up at this spot, young males took it upon themselves to bend the fence in a way where they could still jump over it and clear the concrete slab and the cliff, just so they could have a little bit of fun. And, you know, maybe now it's like a thing, like, oh, let's not end up like the guy that split his face in half. I just feel like it's really fucked up that people are even doing that. I don't understand why you would want to chance ending up like this kid, or just go out of your way to put yourself into danger. It feels a little bit disrespectful to the entire situation, but of course, you know, this is gonna happen. And with any viral video, instant reports of it being fake or the two videos not being correlated came out, and it kind of checks out that this is real. A lot of people thought that at first, the first video of the kid jumping off the cliff and the second video of the person with the face split in half were two different events. The reason people thought this was because people couldn't see how you would hit a concrete slab in a way that would directly cut your face in half. I cannot stress enough, in the video, it legitimately looks like somebody got a chainsaw and just went directly in half to this guy. That's exactly what it looks like. So people couldn't see how that would happen. Upon further investigation, people realized that the concrete slab was a little old and eroded, and there is a metal piece of aluminum, or some piece of metal or aluminum on the side that is kind of reinforcing this entire cliff. So people think that he actually didn't hit the cliff, he actually hit this metal, skinny metal like line, and that's what really gave it the straight line down his face. Even besides that, even if that didn't happen, the doctors in the video are still speaking Lebanese Arabic, which is the language that is spoken in this area of Lebanon. And the hospital that these doctors are from was about a quarter mile away from where the incident supposedly took place. So, at least from a narrative standpoint, the story checks out. However, I do feel like I should share that I didn't find any reputable news sources that explain this, but all the ones that I did end up finding, all the sources that I did see, all agreed that it did happen in this part of Lebanon, and it did happen during June of 2009. Ronnie McNutt stream. Ronald Merle McNutt from the head during a Facebook live stream in August of 2020. On the 31st of the same month, Ronnie posted this image to Facebook and began live streaming shortly after. It was very clear that on the stream he was very intoxicated and depressed, and it's unknown why exactly Ronnie was in such a mood like this, and he did suffer from PTSD from being an army vet, so that probably had at least something to do with it. Regardless of what exactly was affecting him, Ronnie ended up going live on stream in this drunken state, which quickly garnered hundreds upon hundreds of views, with some of them being his friends and family, including his own mother. During the live stream, at some point, Ronnie had misfired his gun, which prompted everyone to break into absolute chaos. His phone started blowing up, somebody called the police to Ronnie's house, and this only provoked more people and more attention to the stream and prompted family members to begin blowing his phone up in an attempt to get him to stop what he was about to do to himself. And although you can't hear this in the video, by the time police arrived, they evacuated his neighbors and began pleading with him through a PA intercom system. Ronnie ignored these pleas from the police and then received a phone call from someone, to which Ronnie got frustrated, ended the call, put the rifle to his chin, and you know the rest. With crazy videos like this, with no information at all, at least at the time, people began theorizing that his girlfriend had broke up with him, and the person that was calling him was his girlfriend that was trying to get him to stop killing himself. People thought that this would explain why he said the things that he said on the phone, but I have yet to find any source that actually states his girlfriend doing this besides just hearsay. And even popular YouTubers like Plagued Moth have stated that it's not really what happened. However, I have seen a lot of people that claim to know Ronnie personally that state that he was in fact having, at the very least, problems with his girlfriend. And I've also seen people in the comments of some videos claiming to know him personally and explaining that he had just lost out on a huge promotion at work, but who knows how true any of this is. Whatever the reason for Ronnie choosing to, I think it's important that we realize like this should never be your first choice when dealing with any type of hardships in your life. Even in an extreme case such as this, where the individual was suffering from PTSD and depression, it's always best to seek help and do your part. If you know anyone who posts stuff remotely close to this, like, please reach out. I know it's so easy after seeing a lot of stuff like this to feel desensitized to it, to the point that you might see someone tweet out or write a post explaining how depressed they are, and your mind might immediately go to be like, man, this guy always has something to complain about. This guy is always depressed. It's like a trend. I think it's so easy to get stuck in that very apathetic mindset, and I feel like you gotta ask yourself at some point, is this person actually in need of help? And trust me, I know from personal experience that even the happiest of people can be found at the lowest of lows, and if someone's posting stuff like that, it's probably better to just take a chance on the fact that they are suffering from some kind of depression. Just always reach out to those who need it. You never know whose life you're gonna save because of something very small, like just saying hello. The Dreamer Heaven incident. This video gained a lot of popularity after Scare Theater made a video titled Strange YouTube Videos Episode 7, which is a running series on his channel where he just talks about creepy and disturbing YouTube videos that he has found or has been linked to. The video in question is titled Dreamer Heaven Level 1 Reigns Demise of Reptile, and simply showcases a in a bathroom that is only being lit by a single flashlight, while there's clearly a bunch of other grown men that are degrading and bullying him throughout the video. The men say a lot of very suggestive stuff to the boy, like, "Oh, you got a nice body," or "spin for me," and it's obviously very leaning towards cheese pizza, which, if you don't know, just take the first two letters of these words and think of the first bad thing you can think of. It's that. Now, it's believed that this video originates from a website only accessible to people on the deep web called Pedal Planet, which I would hope that you can figure out what you would do on such a website. The disturbing part of this video isn't so much the visuals that you see on screen, because there isn't a lot of actual visuals on screen. It's more so the haunting screams and the pleas from the child to stop whatever is happening to them. And what is also truly disturbing is the fact that this is supposedly a 3-minute snippet from a full half-hour video where this kid is bullied and tortured by these grown men. Mudahar, known as Some Ordinary Gamers, made a video on the subject where he found this piece of information from a forum. This poster claims to have seen the full video and is the one that told us viewers at home that the video originated from pedophilia. And that's the Dreamer Heaven incident. A short, creepy cheese pizza clip that is cut from a way longer, way worse video. At least, that's what's been claimed. After digging a ton into this topic, I found that there was a lot of muddiness and no actual objective, absolute truth behind what is really happening in this video and where the video originates from. A Reddit post from around a year ago on the World Corp subreddit shows that the video might not actually be linked to pedophilia, and in fact could be a completely faked video that originated from World Corp. The poster claims that the tortured kid in the video is actually just the creator's little brother, and that the original name of the video is called Showtime. This actually checks out if you use Web Archive and find the other video for yourself, so I don't doubt that part of the story, but what's the motive? Like, why make such a fucked up and truly disturbing video? Like, just because? To promote your SoundCloud music? That's what people seem to believe in the comments, at least from what I've read regarding this incident. But even if that's true, let's say for a moment that this theory is true.
I don't know what I'm doing
it's fake,
anymore.
it's all
I think
fake.
I'm losing my shit.
World Corp
guys.
is a group that
Guys, I'm
faked
losing
all
my
of this
mind.
in an effort to
Guys,
promote their
guys,
music.
I'm losing my
That
mind,
still
guys.
leaves a big
Help me.
unanswered hole. What exactly did Mudahar find in his video? Who is this person claiming to have watched the full 32-minute thing? A lot of this story is completely just unsolvable by nature of what's in the video. Because the content involves cheese pizza, it basically means that anyone, no matter how well-intentioned or nice of a person you are, you can't go searching for this. Because if you search for this, it involves you digging through a lot of links and a lot of unknown areas of the internet. And should you see something that you're not supposed to, or download a link you're not supposed to, you get arrested. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Doesn't matter what you were trying to do. Doesn't matter if you're trying to do a good thing or a bad thing. You're gonna get arrested for finding this type of content. And that's what really sucks about this entire situation. Just due to the fact that if you watch anything related to this, you will be arrested, or at the very least put on some type of watch list, because it is illegal to consume any of that content, no matter the reason, no matter the intention. So this is one mystery that for the time being will remain mostly unsolved. So the next entries are all somewhat related to each other, and this warning is going to apply to all three. Please do not continue watching this if you have a huge distaste for anything regarding detail, this, and any type of detailed talk on the matter. It's, again, I'm trying my best to deliver this information in a very comfortable and cozy manner, but my way of telling you can only affect the information so much. So if you've already been bothered by what I've mentioned prior, I highly recommend just clicking off this video. I don't think it's worth damaging your mental health. Go watch.
Ah, these things. Interesting. But why? I said hi to you. What's up, unicorn?
Yep, that's it. There we have it. This was the exact moment I had lost any remaining faith I had in the series. The whole season, the whole show, was leading up to this.
Yeah,
leading
motherfucker.
up to to nothing.
Why is he so fun?
It
Excuse
didn't
me,
have to be
Elbow,
this
don't
way.
mind that.
Since the beginning of this season, everything was very clearly heading to a natural conclusion. The fight scene right before this moment was brilliantly animated, and a perfect payoff to the last 2 entire seasons worth of setups. The pieces were all in place, and this was supposed to be the moment where all the dominoes finally fell, for the actions of our characters to finally have ramifications that affect the show, leading to a massive,
That's
world-altering
right.
outcome.
I forgot to show this to Arwen.
Here's how they fucked it all up.
Thank you. Good luck. Anyway. Back to reality.
I've never
Goes
publicly
Rarity.
talked about it before, but I've been a Hazbin Hotel fan for a pretty long time actually. Since about mid-2020, when a friend of mine first showed me the pilot. Ever since I watched those first 30 minutes, I was a pretty big fan. Despite its faults, the pilot did a great job at painting a vision of this world, giving you an idea of what's to come and leaving you wanting more. Being a Hazbin fan is an
Bingus.
entertainment investment. At the low cost of looking past its faults, you get a front row seat to seeing this entire world open up in front of you.
Bingus, if
in
I
real
draw
time.
one
Something you'll hear
Oswald art, will
constantly
you
is the
stop
idea that
asking?
It may not be great right now, but there's potential. Just a few years down the line, when we get a few more pieces of the puzzle, everything will finally come together. So, from there on out, I became a fan. I read the prequel comics, listened to the music, both official and otherwise, and since then I've continued to follow the series quietly from the shadows. With just the pilot, it may have been a bit rough around the edges, but the idea showed a lot of promise. After that, it caught the eyes of 100 million people. Now they're backed by A24 and releasing on Amazon Prime. With a full season of television, now they can finally realize some of the potential promise back in 2019. I actually quite liked Hazbin Season 1. Maybe I just have low expectations, but the big thing that gets me attached to a piece of media is a world I can fall into for hours. Vizzy's depiction of hell is kind of an incoherent mess, but I can look past that because even a messy jungle still feels alive. Another big factor that got everyone to see Hazbin's potential was, what I'd argue, is its #1 strength. Since the beginning, VivziePop has always done an excellent job at designing characters. I'd argue it's her biggest strength as an artist. Whether you like her style or not, you have to admit the cast has become genuinely iconic, which is why I'm not at all surprised that this series managed to build a very, very devoted fan base practically overnight, because the designs were just that good. When you're in a world designed by VivziePop, even the most unimportant background characters begin to feel special. You see a character appear for one shot, and your first instinct is to start asking questions. Who are they? What are they like? Where do they come from? When will I see more of them? These characters scream at you to pay attention, and it works. Hazbin has a world where every single character you look at could be the protagonist of their own show, and I find that endlessly intriguing. Like, who is this? This is one of the casino employees, but who really are they? Please give these guys a full 10-chapter comic so I can get to know them better, please. But despite its strengths, Season 1 of Hazbin definitely wasn't perfect. In fact, it was very not perfect, actually. There were some nice character moments and some great songs, but the season as a whole suffered heavily in its pacing. The show was simultaneously trying to juggle an in-depth, overarching narrative with a giant ensemble cast of characters, and the season kinda failed at both. The show desperately wanted to provide a spotlight to as many characters as it could, but the finished product has characters like Vaggie and Camilla, who are implied by the songs and story to be important, but we never get to see them fleshed out as characters. Vaggie is mostly delegated to being Charlie's short-tempered partner who does most of the hotel work, who also just happened to kill a bunch of her people, but it's okay, we can look past that. You could tell Vivzie and the team didn't know how much time they would be working with. They were given 8 20-minute episodes, and were uncertain if they'd ever have another chance to explore this world, so they tried to stuff as many ideas into their story as possible. The V's are quickly cemented as a threat, but they can't actually do anything because the season's plot needed to be focused on Adam and the extermination. Stayed Gone is great, but then the only other time they do anything with Fox is at the very end, with a vague, all according to plan. Too many conflicting elements and characters were fighting for screen time, so the whole thing just kinda blended together. There are a lot of plot beats and important moments, but they never really have any impact, because problems are established just moments before they're solved. It's simultaneously too much and not
Please
enough
don't
at the
ask
same time.
too much of
Thankfully,
me.
the series was
okay?
renewed for Season 2 before Season 1 was
Thank you.
even completed, so they can finally take advantage of the added runtime to finally flesh out the story and characters. At least, that's what I was hoping for. The next season was quickly approaching, less than 2 years after Season 1, and honestly, I was pretty ambivalent, actually. As you could imagine, I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the Helliverse. Every time I try to get away, it somehow always manages to get me invested again before spitting its missed potential back into my face. But I will continue watching because it's just that interesting.
Please.
So I waited patiently for all the episodes to be released, then binged it all at once with a group of friends. And let me tell you, Season 2 is off to a bad start. Hazbin Hotel Season 2 is the most bipolar thing I've seen since Hazbin Hotel Season 1. As a show, it has gotten so much better in so many different ways, but that simultaneously only leaves its faults more exposed. If you like Season 1, you will love Season 2, but if you ask me if it's better or not, I'd give you a shrug and say, maybe, I guess. The heights this season reached were absolutely incredible, but God, the lows were insufferable. Speaking of bipolar...
I'll do it when I want to, okay?
As
Please, you
soon as
guys
the
are
season
asking
opened
too
up,
much
we were
of me
already
right now.
off
I'm
to a
sorry.
weird start. The show's
It's
tone in
low-key
general is all over
overwhelming
the
me. I'm
place.
sorry.
You'll have scenes with actually
I just have to
impactful or
say it.
important
It's
character
actually
moments
overwhelming
immediately
me.
followed
Please
by
stop
jokes
asking too
that
much of
actively
me.
undermine
Thank
the
you.
story they're trying to set up. I understand this is a goofy cartoon world, but if you want me to be invested when you explore really heavy shit, you have to be able to take these things seriously and let them breathe. Vizzy has been on record saying that her humor
I
is
don't like
inspired by
saying
South
it
Park,
because I want to
and
be
that's
nice. I'm
awesome.
sorry.
It's one of my favorite shows. In fact, I think she could be taking a lot more inspiration from it. One of my favorite things about South Park is its writing. Specifically, how many different aspects it's able to nail in just one 22-minute episode. When I'm watching an episode of South Park, I'm not just laughing at the jokes. The jokes also enhance the story being told. Let's say I want to rewatch the episode Good Times with Weapons, a fan favorite episode and one of my favorites of the series. The episode is about the boys getting and playing with real weapons and what happens when things inevitably go wrong. Sure, the jokes are hilarious, managing to make me audibly laugh in a way that Hazbin could only dream of.
I'm a lost soul, a dark, lonely shadow of a person.
Hi, Butters.
I'm a castaway, forced to live his life out in solitude.
But there are also setups and payoffs, not just in the joke structure, but in the story beats. They show off their weapons to Craig and his friends, which inadvertently creates their enemy clan that appears later in the episode. Kenny gets the cheap, useless shuriken only to be the one to cause the most damage. And when Butters is hurt, it's played straight. Butters' pain isn't treated as a joke. Instead, the humor is derived from the kids' war priorities. Everyone's main concern is their fear of being grounded for their weapons, and not their injured friend. Both of these plotlines even come together when both groups have to find Butters after he crawls away looking for actual help. I know I'm over-explaining what to most are pretty straightforward jokes and storytelling, but it's important to highlight that here, the humor enhances the jokes in Hazbin Hotel is that in South Park, the comedy and story intertwine. They elevate each other. The main problem with Hazbin's jokes is that a lot of the time they're in conflict with the tone and story they're trying to establish. The serious character moments that yearn to be taken seriously are directly followed or cut short by jokes that actively take away from the scene. It's like a clown demanding to be taken seriously while still adamantly refusing to take off the makeup. One of my least favorite tropes that can be found all over this show is using humor as a crutch to make fun of the fact that certain story beats were never fleshed out. Baxter is a new visitor at the hotel, and is introduced as a main member of the cast. But instead of getting an actual introduction, he's just used to make jokes about Charlie grieving Sir Pentious. Baxter is never allowed to be his own character. He is the shadow of Pentious. The only other important scene with him before the final episode is when he tells Cherrybum his and Pentious' shared backstory. He is used brief in episode 1, appears in the background a few times throughout the season, then has payoffs in the final episode despite the show never earning any of them. Instead, Vivzy wrote a joke where Vaggie folding his blankets the right way meant his Undyne loyalty, because they didn't have time to make him an actual character.
So I assume that made us best friends. Isn't it obvious?
No, Vivzy, making a joke about developing your character isn't an alternative to actually developing your character. You wrote yourself into a corner, and your only escape ladder is a joke that undercuts the story. Another, more egregious example of this is at the tail end of the episode. After the battle with Adam is over, Pentious is now officially redeemed and in heaven. This should be an absolutely earth-shattering event. It proves that the idea of a hotel for redemption, the whole point of the Hazbin Hotel, actually works. Charlie's dreams can finally become a reality, and there's living proof. The entire last season had Charlie driving herself crazy, trying anything to prove that redemption is even possible. This should be the payoff for everything she's been working towards for the entire first season. If I would want any moment to have an impact, it should be this. At the end of the episode, after a nice talk with Vaggie, she leaves for Charlie to be alone. The episode can just end here. But then Emily just pops through a portal, quickly telling her that Penchus is alive, she was right about everything, and that the world is now forever altered by these developments. See ya! This is one of the most important reveals in the show. A good, or even competent writer would know to keep this knowledge to the audience and wait for Charlie to learn it in an impactful scene. I can already imagine this climactic moment where she's invited back to heaven, has to go incognito because she's directly tied to Adam's death, and is reintroduced to her friend that she's been grieving since his death. Instead, this reveal might as well be a steamed ham spit, where Angel Penchus, at this time of day, at this time of year, is located entirely beyond that portal.
Yes. Shit. No.
They never explain why Penchus can't just go through the portal, by the way. The thought never crosses anyone's mind. No, wait, I was wrong. They mention it exactly once.
Can I see them?
Oh, well, no.
I guess I can just assume that it's impossible for redeemed sinners to return to hell, that the temptation for sin may be too intoxicating to guarantee that he'll be able to return back to heaven if he ever leaves. This idea is never actually established by the show, by the way. I just made that up, but it sounds cool, so I hope she just goes with that. The second episode finally gives Penchus, and by extension us as an audience, a proper introduction to heaven. Last season we were introduced to it, but Penchus gives us the experience of the average angel, and it kind of sucks. In the pilot, when Charlie sings about puppy dog kisses and cotton candy dreams, I thought it was supposed to be metaphorical, or in reference to the fact that, as the princess of hell, who's lived there her whole life, she has no idea what heaven is actually like. This is what heaven is actually like. It's like a child's idea of all good things all the time. And that plays well with how sheltered a lot of the angel characters are, but it also undermines the entire premise the show is built off of. The very first line of the pilot, the first thing the average fan hears in this entire series, is the line,
At the end of the rainbow, there's happiness.
The implication from the visuals is that the sinners can never truly be happy. This is why the hotel was made, to allow them to cross over to heaven for a more fulfilling life. But in the show, the angels have a ton of their own interpersonal drama. They aren't any happier than the sinners in hell. In different scenes, sinners are shown to experience all emotions, with some like Penchus not just capable of happiness, but being a genuinely good person. Even before his repentance, he's seen actively saving people and caring about them. The full context gained from the show actively takes away from its setup. This has me really confused as to why anyone would want to be there in the first place. I'm not a particularly sinful person, but I genuinely rather go to Hazbin's version of hell than its version of heaven. It made me agree with everyone in the pilot, laughing at how bad of an idea the hotel really is. Why would you want to go to a place with no sex, no drugs, no clubs, and no good movies when you're already in a place where you can do whatever you want? You want people to go to a worse, more dystopian place just because it's called heaven? It seems childish. The more I learn about this world, the more it falls apart. Honestly, I don't even know what world we're in at this point. In the very next episode, Angel Dust's darkest secret is revealed, one that will forever alter how you see his character.
Jesus.
You wouldn't believe this, guys, but Angel Dust killed his dad. Wait, you don't care? He's in hell and that's kind of what you expected? You thought it might have been something even worse. Well, I can tell you one thing. The show definitely cares. All the characters, especially Angel, freak the fuck out. You do realize you're in hell, right? 2 episodes earlier, they did a joke about a man thinking of and then brutally killing his wife. 4 separate times. Yet 50 minutes later, you expect me to care about Angel killing one guy? Veggie used to commit demon genocide every single year. Out of the 3 flashbacks we see in this season, every single one of them involve murderers. It's not a taboo here. In the pilot, Jeffrey Dahmer is a celebrity with his own cooking show. Did everyone involved just collectively forget what show they were writing? I know I'm harping on about this point, but I can't stress enough that this is supposed to be a serious dramatic moment that the show takes seriously. This whole thing hurts even more when you remember that up until this point, Angel Dust was the most fleshed out character
He's a
in the
single
show.
father, dead.
Episode 4 gives some genuinely great insight into who he is and the problems he faces. And his whole arc in this show is spent working through his trauma and allowing himself to be open to redemption. The killing his dad reveal doesn't progress this story. Its purpose as a narrative roadblock doesn't work because it doesn't follow the logic of the world. It's unnecessary conflict added to a character who already has a ton of conflict to pull from. So there goes one of my favorite characters. That's fine, I guess. At least we still have Alistair.
I did it. There I did it. Now let me draw.
Alistair is one of my favorite characters in the show, and he's clearly Vizzy's too. In this season, he's making some big moves, but for most of the runtime, he's on his losing arc. Alistair was always established to be a powerful character, but there were also a few moments, some allusions to something else going on with him. Tiny cracks in his character that were gradually revealing ideas of what lay beneath. At one point, Husk mentions that Alistair is also on a leash of his own, to which Alistair responds by losing his shit and threatening him into silence. He really wants to keep whatever this is covered up. In Season 1, we didn't really get to see a lot of him, but the one thing he had going for him was mystique. He always wears a smile to keep his true character a mystery. Let's see the show's attempts to tear him apart. The start of this entire arc is when he gets into a petty argument with Lucifer because he gets mad at the implication that he isn't doing any work for the hotel, which is just true. In the last season, he was pretty useless, just sort of lingering around and watching everyone else struggle.
Oh, fuck you, Alistair. All you do is stand there smiling while you watch us struggle and fail.
And so far in Season 2, we see him even less, and accordingly, he's been even more useless. Yet for some reason, this argument gets him so mad he storms out of the scene entirely. I understand they needed a reason for him to leave, but let's compare this outburst to his pre-existing characterization. Alistair is currently the strongest sinner in hell. He has a level of power that is virtually unmatched. Except for that time he fought Adam, but the story needed him to lose there, I guess. The reason he provides for joining the hotel is because he's bored and thinks the hotel will be interesting. But he doesn't actually help out much. He has a disconnected and laissez-faire attitude and lets things take their own course unless an external threat gets him directly involved. I know in the last season he and Lucifer had a bit of a back and forth. They clearly don't like each other. But they also didn't just go at it. They subtly did things to make the other's life slightly miserable. It was a social Cold War powered by passive aggressiveness. Alistair's response should have been to either ignore him or agree with him. Judging based on his pre-existing character, Alistair wouldn't be ashamed of not helping Charlie. He doesn't see them as his friends. He sees them as fun characters to watch. 9 episodes from now, both characters manage to be Flanderized, leading to the interaction you see here. So tell me why, in this moment, does Alistair have the most shallow skin imaginable? Simple. I said it earlier about him and Adam. It's because the plot demands it. The next scene he has is with Rosie. He is currently at the hotel. He needs to get out of there, so they threw in the argument so he has an excuse to leave. Maybe he wasn't actually mad, instead looking for an out to go see her while also protecting his secret, but even that would contradict his character. Season 1 Alistair would just leave and say he has somewhere more important to be. No one will question him. He is the fucking radio demon. The next time we see him, he's with Rosie, and there we get Alistair's backstory. The way he got so powerful, by signing himself away in a contract. The contract being that Rosie will make him the strongest sinner in hell in exchange for ownership of him. So in Rosie's presence, he sings and dances along with her little song about how he's her pet. After all, he doesn't really have a choice. I really like the dynamic between Alistair and Rosie, specifically in how it differs from Angel's contract with Val. Valentino exercises his will over Angel at every opportunity, threatening him so he knows his place. But even though Alistair is a lot more powerful, Rosie doesn't keep him on a particularly tight leash. When she beckons Alistair to sing along, he doesn't say, "I am your pet," but rather, "yours since we met." Phrasing that, while it carries the same sentiment, intentionally dodges the use of the word pet so that Alistair can claw back any level of agency. Rosie definitely knows this, but instead of forcefully correcting this like Val would, Rosie instead allows it. She humors him, allowing him to get away with this. Why? Is she displaying weakness? No. Rather, she already knows she holds all the cards. She's unconcerned with Alistair trying to maintain his ego because the two of them both know their current situation. This makes her all the more terrifying because even though Val's intimidating, you can also see an insecurity, a weakness in the fact he has to exert himself to keep Angel in line. Rosie has no such weakness. She's so powerful that she feels no need to demonstrate that power. It's actually very effective. This scene establishes some important things. Mainly that his entire goal this season will be to find a way out, to set himself free. And to get there, he plans to endure his own personal hell. The play from the writer's room is delayed gratification, to strip him down as much as possible so he's more of an underdog, in order to make his eventual triumph more impactful. However, this is a risky angle, because it means that for most of the season, you have to send this fan-favorite character through the ringer. The entire satisfaction of his story is solely dependent on if it can stick the landing. If the dominoes can all come together in a way that works. This isn't the only deal at play this season. Of course there's still the one he made with Charlie in Season 1. She owes him a favor. But there's another one he makes later in the episode with Vox. And this is the main one I want to get into. He basically agrees to be his little tied-up hostage if Vox doesn't lay a hand on Charlie. The deal means he's literally delegated to the cuck chair and paraded around as a failure. This also means Alistair isn't really a threat for the remainder of the season, being tied up and held hostage by Vox. And with Alistair out of the picture, now there's a power vacuum in place. Vox is the best character in the series, and it's not even a competition. In the first season, he had a couple scenes, but now they're finally giving him the spotlight as the main villain. The fall of Alistair perfectly pivots to the rise of Vox, and for the rest of the season, we're given a front row seat to his rise to power. Alistair and Vox have a very interconnected history. Both were serial killers in life, one doing so for pleasure, and the other doing so for power. Both were killed in accidents, but one was under the cover of night in the shadows, and the other was on stage in front of a crowd. Alistair was also the inspiration for Vox's aspirations. Alistair appeared in Hell and immediately made a name for himself, and his reputation as the radio demon pushed Vox to become an overlord. Their history is mentioned in Stayed Gone.
Here's the sugar on the cream. He asked me to join his team.
And in Season 2, we get to see this interaction play out. I really like this scene. It establishes the main philosophical clash between the two forces, whether asking for outside help is or is not a weakness. Alistair is someone who views dependency as pathetic, something you should be ashamed of. As we've already established, he needed Rosie's help to gain his powers, and the consequences he suffered over asking for help is something he's deeply insecure about. That's why he threatens Husk when he even vaguely alludes to it. Alistair was burned in the past, specifically because he needed assistance. So when Vox asks Alistair for help, he looks down on him. He's projecting his own insecurities onto Vox, and they stuck. For the rest of the series, Alistair continues reminding Vox that no matter how much power he gains, no matter how high he's able to rise, he will always be tethered to the people he's reliant on. And that makes him second guess himself. This dynamic is really great. While at first I thought the actual dialogue was incredibly on the nose, it makes sense for Alistair to be a bit extra in demeaning Vox, because he was hurt before and is clearly overcompensating to cover his insecurities. It also makes perfect sense for Vox to open up to him. This is the inciting incident that made him become the hardened overlord we know today. This whole interaction leaves Vox with a chip on his shoulder, and a severe need to prove Alistair wrong, which motivates every action he takes going forward. Can you tell who Vizzy's two favorite characters are? So with his motivation established, and with Alistair in the cuck chair, it's finally time to see Vox rise to power. Vox is like a super extrovert. As a cult of personality, his power is directly correlated to his control over the people. He controls the media, and the more people that worship him, the more power and influence he has at his disposal. That's one of the reasons he's always working with others. It's easier for him to keep good relations, even with people he doesn't like, than to start a conflict and risk turning things against him. Before his death, Vox was already on this journey. He continued killing people to move up in the entertainment industry, gradually getting more prideful until he started an entertainment cult around him. But then, his ego got the better of him, and he got sloppy, causing a TV to crash onto his head, taking out everyone else in the room with him. Once he's in Hell, it's still the same story, most condensely expressed in his songs. The music in Hazbin Hotel has always been one of its most universal strong points, which is very important when you're working on a musical. Sam Haft and Andrew Underberg worked hand in hand with Vizzy and the writers to make them.
We were actually in, it's not really a writer's room, they call it the Writer's Summit. A couple of the producers from Bento Box, and Andrew and myself. We were breaking the story. So we were basically saying, episode 1, what are the plot points, what needs to happen? Episode 2, what are the plot points, what needs to happen? Usually the musical scenes are very effective at moving the story forward, but sometimes the writing in the songs begins to run laps around the writing of the actual show. Like how Gravity feels like this pivotal moment in Luke's story, and then the show decides to keep her in the background for the rest of the season. Even so, the songs are by far the best characterization Vox gets. His first song of the season is Once We Get Up There, establishing his goal to take over both heaven and hell. It's a lofty ambition, but he pitches it to the other Vs and gets them on board. Then, after Alistair sings Don't You Forget with Rosie, there's a reprieve later in the episode involving Vox. With Alistair out of the way, the main roadblock he had is gone, so he can actually begin working to attain his goals. The motif from Once We Get Up There makes an appearance here as well. This song is interesting because the original Don't You Forget from earlier that episode has nothing to do with him, but this implies a connection that actually foreshadows the finale of the season. Now before we move forward, it's important to note that, according to VivzyPop, all connections made to current real-world politics are actually just a complete coincidence.
After the results of the 2024 American election, I swear this has to do with what we're talking about, VivziePop posted to Blue Sky, Season 2 of Hazbin has just become increasingly more topical, and it pisses me off because that's not why we wrote it how we did. We wrote a season about a demon manipulator wanting to gain power/control, and whoops, one just got fucking elected. Guess it's relevant now. Neat. This is mostly because when it comes out and some shit hits a little too fucking close, I want you all to know we wrote this shit 2 to 3 years ago, and we did not think it would be this real right now. Keep this in mind as I continue analyzing the songs, because it's kind of funny, I guess. So his first move after Alistair's capture is to do what he's best at. He immediately begins assembling a crew with as many overlords as he can get in contact with. In the song Bad With Us, every time he approaches a different leader, the entire tone of the song shifts, showing that he's playing to their interest to butter them up. He frames going to war with Heaven as being bad with him, almost like a childish game, even though his plans are obviously a lot more bleak. He's being manipulative by obfuscating the true nature of his goals. So with the Overlords all on one team, what is their new leader's next move? He's played for the leaders, now it's time to play for the people. Framing himself as Vox Populi, or Voice of the People. It plays when he hosts a rally to gain support. It's basically propaganda for the idea of war, with phrases like,
"What would happen if we could run this ship? They want us all divided, that is how they keep us down. We got the means to seize the crown."
Notice how these phrases are designed to unite the people together. Seize the crown was likely taken from the idea of seizing the means of production, bringing the power to the people rather than massive corporations. He's saying we here, him and the people of hell, working together against heaven, just as he did with the Overlords before. But as the song continues, his phrasing changes. Once the people start to get on board, he reveals the more totalitarian and fascistic regime he has in mind. The entire second half of the song is repeating the same point in as many ways as possible, with lines like,
"If you're not fucking stupid, then you've only got one choice. Manifest destiny as long as you invest in me."
And they do. In the beginning, he's singing the song with a group of paid actors to astroturf himself as a figure of authority. And now that the idea of uniting against heaven is accepted, now he's comfortable enough to rise as their leader. His mouth disappears when the crowd sings the people's voice. They are speaking for him. A little more on that Manifest Destiny line. Manifest Destiny is an interesting phrase to use here. It comes from one of the founding ideas of the United States of America, the concept that they were entitled by God to expand from sea to shining sea. It's another oxymoron here, because up until quite recently, the United States was always an anti-fascist country, siding against the Nazis in World War II, fighting on the side of freedom. He's using rhetoric that implies equality while pitching a dictatorship. Season 2 of Hazbin has just become increasingly more topical. He follows it up with, "As long as you invest in me." The people can only have freedom if they give their freedom to him. And he uses the term invest, another American capitalist idea, even though his ideals directly oppose American values. We wrote this shit 2 to 3 years ago.
Make hell great again.
And we did not think it would be this real right now. Guys, any parallels are a coincidence. Don't look into it. But he doesn't just put himself on a pedestal. He also comes down from his soapbox to intermingle with the masses. That's not why we wrote it how we did. Just like with the Overlords, with each type of group he interacts with, he subtly changes his mannerisms to fit in. And speaking of the other Overlords, notice how in this song he never even mentions the team he just put together. He already has them on his side, so he doesn't need to prop them up anymore. He's specifically drawing everyone's attention to himself to increase his power. Something that only helps Vox is that the other characters keep trying to stop him, to silence him, but they're doing this live on the public stage, which only makes his job easier. He only seems more like a martyr. These encounters only give him an opening to enhance his agenda. And here's the funny part, the things he says are correct. Lucifer is a spineless leader. The angels giving gift baskets isn't an adequate apology for 7 years of genocide. By the end of the song, he has the heart of the people in his hands. And chances are, he probably also has yours. And he quickly uses that power in the next song, the final song of his rise, Vox Die. Despite not being a leading figure in hell, he is the one who rejects the angel's apology, declaring holy war against heaven, positioning himself as the embodied fury of the people, as the avatar of their consequence. As previously mentioned, he has enough support where he can go completely mask off, setting himself up as some sort of prophetic figure. The final shot shows him using a collection of screens to resemble angel wings, presenting himself as a deity. It's important to note that despite what he says, the wings are still just an illusion. He's like a peacock with its feathers spread out, but the image is still powerful enough to make the threat real, and it gets even more real with what's about to happen next. Around halfway through episode 6, something concerning was beginning to take hold. After over 5 full episodes of apathy, I was finally starting to get invested in the story.
Oh, fucking
Holy
hell.
shit!
That's what the TV had.
Holy shit! That's so fucking cool.
As the one consistently good character, Vox would immediately be the highlight of whatever episode he's in. Tensions were building, and I finally started to get excited thinking about how his story will end. And honestly, I kind of wanted to see him win. He had a clear goal, he had charisma, and he had the hype moments and aura Alistair lost. Plus, especially after everyone failed to stop him in episode 5, Vox is the only competent character in the show. I tried my very best not to get my hopes up, but then, the momentum from episode 5 carried over to the next episode. Vox's plan starts getting more motion. After declaring holy war in heaven, he needs a weapon of attack, so he consults Carmilla Carmine to create the Might of Lilith, an insanely powerful laser cannon that's powered by angelic energy. To get the energy to power it, he takes advantage of the Hazbin crew's constant infighting by using voice replication to lure and capture Lucifer. So Vox is preparing to start an entire war, and he has the firepower to back it up. And that is the landscape we're in right before the last episode. By now, I was fully invested. I was on the edge of my seat to see where this finale could possibly go. And it was genuinely great. Vox invites Charlie to a massive public event. His goal right now is to get her to admit that he's won, and with that admission, the power of the people would reach critical mass, and he'd basically become a god. Charlie takes advantage of this setup to devise a plan, to finally prove to the people of Hell that redemption is possible. So they break into the Vox Tech building while Charlie attends the dinner, and it fails. They get so close, but the laptop needed to complete their plan is destroyed by the cannon. And in this moment of failure, nearly 2 seasons after it was established, Alistair is ready to get his favor from Charlie. He tells her to accept that Vox won. And because of how deals work, she has to do it. Vox finally achieves his full potential. The will of the people is at his fingertips. Victory is in his grasp. And in that moment, he becomes the strongest demon in Hell. Stronger than Alistair. And with that, even retroactively, Rosie's side of the bargain was not kept. His chains are severed. And after Vox accidentally touches Charlie, after being too preoccupied with his gloating, something that consistently follows his character, Alistair can finally challenge him head-to-head. What follows is a legitimately jaw-dropping fight scene, where we can finally see these two characters that have been built up for the whole show finally exchanging some actual blows. At this point in his story, Vox has achieved the power to do anything he has ever dreamed of. He's the strongest sinner in Hell. He has claimed the heart of the people and is ready to ride that fury to the top. He can take on Heaven, or even just wipe Alistair clean off the map if he so desires. They're still on equal enough footing to fight, but it rages on. But then, Vox gets tunnel vision. He sees Alistair right in front of him, and he'll stop at nothing to see him stop breathing. He uses every tool available to him, including the Might of Lilith, which starts absolutely wrecking the city. It eventually gets to the point where the whole thing is about to flatten the pentagram, and if they continue, everyone there will die. Then... Well, this brings us back to the very beginning of this video. The final outcome for Vox is that Valentino just rips his head off for literally no reason. Imagine being in Vox's position. You have all the power in the world, the will to do whatever you want. You have high dreams, but now you have the power to actually attain them. And then, someone who you thought was your closest friend and ally ruins everything. Imagine how deeply that betrayal would cut. The show treats it as a joke. This entire setup, this entire season, led to a 3-second joke. After this moment, Vox is obviously pretty fucking mad, but the show treats it like a temper tantrum, a small dispute between friends. Vox just had his dreams crushed and his setup ruined, and the show doesn't even realize this. Why did they do this? Why? Genuinely why? The whole story was building up to a satisfying conclusion, and for literally no reason, Valentino, Vox's ally, rips his head clean off. Okay, it wasn't for literally no reason. He didn't want to die in Vox's petty grudge match with Alistair. Maybe this is a hot take, but I think if you have to end the season by defeating the main villain, maybe you should let the heroes do that. This twist comes from nowhere, isn't particularly compelling, and it doesn't reframe anything in the narrative. It just, boringly, reinforces the status quo. The only subversion here is that I thought I was getting a good story, and I was being lied to. Out of pure, unadulterated anger, I have come up with 3 separate endings to Vox's story that I think would have been so much better. Number 1. Vox wins. By now, the entire audience is rooting for Vox. We know he's a villain, but he's also the only character who displays any level of competency. By now, it would genuinely be believable for him to actually overthrow Heaven, and then we can get a 1984 surveillance state arc because that would be really cool. And that way, both Alistair and Vox end the season with massive wins, which sets up a proper Clash of the Titans for Season 3. Ending 2. Vox is betrayed. Have Vox completely wreck Alistair in the fight, then have him 1 second away from reaching Heaven before he's betrayed by the other Vs. The layer therein is based on the Tower of Babel, which was designed as a building to reach the heavens that was never finished after intense infighting. For the entire season, Alistair's been behind the scenes, whispering in everyone's ears, sowing seeds of doubt, causing them to resent that Vox is getting most of the spotlight. In this outcome, it would be enough for them to upstage Vox, leading to his failure. And finally, ending 3, a deserved win. If Vox was going to lose, you could have at least made this victory feel earned. Have him slowly break Alistair down. He knows that in that moment, he doesn't stand a chance against Vox, so he resorts to using the same tactic Vox has always used. He breaks into the might of Lilith and frees Lucifer, someone he doesn't even like, and they develop a mutual understanding of each other, working together against this common enemy. They beat Vox, but Alistair doesn't see it as a win, as he has to once again ask someone more powerful than him for help. He may have won, but it's a hollow victory. Instead, it almost feels like they ran out of time, or budget because of how great that fight scene was. The following scenes only get worse. They sing a big, happy friendship song, and everyone works together to disarm the cannon. How wholesome! Notorious trafficker and abuser Valentino working hand in hand with Charlie and the heroes to save the day. If the camera pans slightly to the left, you could actually see Hitler and Epstein helping out too.
It starts with sorry.
This scene is worse on every objective level, but the sheer betrayal I felt watching Vox's entire story fall apart with no conclusion was so much more painful. By the time the friendship and rainbows shit came in, I was already checked out. This moment combines nearly every issue I have with this show. It all goes back to its inability to be sincere. They built up the entire season for one anticlimactic joke. And when you make a joke out of your main antagonist, it gets a lot harder to take him seriously in the future. They really spent the whole season making this character intimidating, and the worst part was that I actually fell for it. I guess the joke's on me for assuming that this time things will be any different.
The next season's gonna start, and then all of Vox's ore is automatically just gone. It's like what happened to Alistair.
Not even next season. I'm calling it now. I know.
In the next episode?
2 episodes. There's no one episode. I'm all in. Ladies, something will happen, and it will be Vivsy fumbling.
No, I understand the idea that, despite all the build-up, your reputation can still turn on a dime. But this moment also undermines the entire fight he just had with Alistair. They could have done so much more, actually providing the audience a rare instance of Alistair being outmatched, by his biggest rival nonetheless. But instead, they retroactively ruin Alistair's gambit. The stakes of having Vox be stronger than him is gone, because he was clearly still never near his level. Vox never overtook Alistair. He should still be in chains. Because his escape is unbelievable, that also makes the entire Cuck Chair arc unwarranted. It led to his freedom, but the logic doesn't track by the bitter end. In hindsight, now that I have more time to think about it, Alistair's deal scene wasn't actually as impactful as it could have been. Don't get me wrong, I was super excited to see the payoff for the deal made last season, and the way all 3 existing deals at play came together felt pretty satisfying, but a part of me secretly knows that this entire plan shouldn't have worked the way it did, because the whole thing relies on something completely out of Alistair and Vox's control.
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
So Alistair's plan was to build up Vox as much as possible, so that for exactly 1 second he can be the most powerful sinner, so that Alistair can break his chains. That's fine. It also explains the Cuck Chair arc, and in my opinion, gives it a worthwhile payoff. It definitely hurt Alistair's ego to be paraded around as a failure, but he knew the whole time that it was a necessary evil, a trial he must conquer to be free. This is great, but the issue comes in Vox's rise to power. It was one of the most compelling arcs in the season. However, if the other characters weren't stupid, doing the exact perfect things at the exact perfect time, Vox never would have been able to make it to that point. If any single member of the cast made a single competent decision, his entire plan would be thwarted. Charlie is the only character who has an actual excuse. She can't help but still defend her dream, even though every time she defends it, she only gives Vox more power. This is in line with her existing characterization as a naive child, even though she's canonically over 200 years old. But every other character has no excuse to be making decisions as short-sighted as they do. And it takes me out of the story trying to process how these characters came to the conclusions they did. Vaggie tried her best to reason with Charlie, but she kept getting successfully rage-baited, so she goes to Lucifer to see if he can do anything. In this case, Charlie actually wasn't going to do anything. Lucifer then goes to the rally with no power, no plan, and no forethought. What exactly did you think was going to happen? The angels have no reason to not bring Serpentius back to hell. The big final plan was to get him on a video call, but it's already been established that the angels could just casually open portals between the realms. I don't see why they couldn't have just let him through the portal. The show never brings up the idea. It said once that he's not allowed to leave, but they never explain why. Is it against the rules? He's in the boardroom during meetings. Is it not physically possible? How would you know that? He's the first redeemed sinner. You should at least try. Instead, you're stuck with this awkward scene where all the angels leave to visit hell, except for Pentious, the one character who can single-handedly create unity by sharing his story. They even bring Lute along for this peace offering, even though she's displayed nothing but open hostility towards hell. The show clearly knows that if you think about it for more than a second, it falls apart, so they tried sneaking her into the background with no dialogue, hoping that you just don't notice her there until she's needed for the plot. Vox's speech almost entirely relies on everyone showing up to silence him at the exact time they do. I understand that it's supposed to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. The harder they rush to stop him, the easier it is for him to take advantage of that. But this is a comical lack of forethought that I refuse to believe some of the highest-ranking angels in heaven would have. It's legitimately immersion-breaking. Speaking of angels being stupid...
The whole serial killer aesthetic is new, but,
This guy's a moron. Why did they write him like this?
Okay, alright.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Imagine if this is how they got Gojo in the fucking box.
When I say the characters are stupid, this is not me getting mad at a character for making a decision that I would not personally make. In the South Park episode I talked about earlier, Butters makes his way to the hospital, but because all the adults in South Park are morons, they actually fall for the haphazardly thrown together dog costume the boys put onto him.
Can you help him, Doctor?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know how. Unfortunately for this little fella, I'm a people.
The reason this works and Lucifer falling for the most obvious trap imaginable doesn't, is that Lucifer is an existing character with existing characterization. In the South Park episode, we never see these Doctor characters again. The whole joke is a bait and switch. It's funny that the boys think this terrible costume will actually work, and it's even funnier that it somehow actually does. A stupid doctor is also an oxymoron, which is funny. But if one of the doctors was House from House, I'd have a lot more complaints. Lucifer is quirky, he is weird, and he is incompetent. But I don't think he is supposed to be stupid. It's clear they're playing it up for comedic effect. He was going to end the scene trapped anyways, so they might as well do something funny with it. But this just goes back to my earlier comment about the jokes conflicting with the story. It spoils any potency and tension the scene could have had. I don't even think this part of the story is bad or unbelievable. Everything leading up to this moment was incredibly effective. Vox using a mimic of Charlie's voice to lure her dad to his capture is a smart play, and something impossible for Lucifer to predict. It's a great story beat, but that payoff is completely undermined with just these few lines. You're tipping over the domino, but you're knocking it the wrong way. They both lead to the same outcome, dominoes tipped over, but only one happens in a way that's satisfying. A lot of people like to make the claim that Vivziepop is a bad writer. I don't think that's the case. When you hear that statement, the first thing you might think of is the written by Vivziepop meme, which just adds a bunch of unnecessary swearing to an existing property. But I feel like that's a major oversimplification and it misses the actual issue at hand. Vivzie is not a bad writer because she uses swear words in her adult comedy shows. Sure, there are some points where she overuses them, but in cases like Hell of a Boss, it's usually coming from someone like Blitz, who is already characterized to be crass and inconsiderate. Hearing the word fuck a few more times than you'd like can be annoying, but respectfully, it doesn't even break the top 50 in terms of important criticisms you can make about the show. It's low-hanging fruit. There are several points where Vivzie's writing is actually pretty solid. Anything character-focused, like dialogue and backstories, are genuinely great. The show also does a wonderful job at explaining things naturally through dialogue, rather than feeling like an exposition dump. As a viewer, you never feel like the characters are actively explaining things to you. There are even scenes of Vivziepop planting seeds for future developments. In the pilot, after Charlie's interview doesn't go well and she's feeling down, there's this really cool moment where Angel reaches towards her, but doesn't comfort her. That demonstrates that he clearly feels bad for her, but because it's early in his arc, he hasn't actually started improving yet, so he doesn't help her. This is an example of Vivzie understanding that the characters are naturally going to change, and she's accounting for that. But I fear that she's spent so long focusing on this version of the characters, before they go on their journeys, that she's unable to even conceive the idea of them being any more developed. By the end of 2 full seasons, Angel Dust still hasn't metaphorically taken Charlie's hand, instead continuing to stay just out of reach, just like he did 6 years ago. Halfway through Season 2, Angel is basically sent on a retread of the same journey he was on in Season 1, with yet another scene that was clearly meant to depict assault. I understand the road to healing and redemption is a bumpy one, but please, just give him something new to do. They could have given him a new internal crisis. In Season 1, he was supposed to be the hotel's first success story, before Sir Pentious came along and became the first redeemed sinner. Angel was jealous of him all the way back in Episode 2, and a more polarized version of that envy could have been really interesting to watch. Instead, she added a second Angel Dust assault scene, because it gave the show attention when she did it the first time. It felt like a fuck you, I do what I want to the haters. It feels like a lot of the decisions this season were a direct response to the backlash towards the first season, and instead of fixing anything, she appears to be doubling down. Throughout the season, Vox keeps trying to smear the credibility of the hotel, which is a very clear analog to the haters trying to smear Vivzie and her series. There's literally a scene where Veggie directly tells Charlie to ignore them because directly addressing things will only make it worse.
Okay, this is all just a fucking analogy for Vivziepop getting any amount of backlash. Vivziepop, you have to stop reading Twitter. Ah, fine, I'll go to Blue Sky, where no one's gonna criticize me.
I'll be the first to say that criticism, regardless of intent, can hurt. Rudely phrased critique can especially hurt me when I ultimately agree with what they're saying. In this show, when serious moments are undermined for lackluster jokes, it almost seems like a defense mechanism. It gives the impression that all the complaints towards her story have left Vivian insecure about herself as a writer, so she has to leave an air of irony to not provide her important moments with the sincerity they deserve. But actively devaluing the art of your own story that millions of people enjoy is not the proper way to handle this. At very least, the pacing as a whole has improved just slightly, but there's still a lot more work that needs to be done to allow the show to actually let things breathe. But why exactly are things like this? I think I still have yet to diagnose the root cause of the issue. When people say that Vivziepop is a bad writer, they're actually talking about major issues in terms of character decisions, plot holes, and inconsistent world building. But I think, at its core, the underlying problem all of these issues cause is that while watching, you don't get the impression that the story was particularly well thought out. Allow me to introduce you to the Stolas Event Horizon, a system I've just come up with to explain why exactly the story of the Helliverse series will always get progressively worse and more convoluted the longer it goes on. Stolas is a character from Hell of a Boss, the sister series to Hazbin Hotel, but even though he's from a different show, he demonstrates a very clear pattern we see from Vivzie as a writer, specifically in cases of long-term storytelling. In the beginning of the show, Stolas and Blitz are in a transactional sexual relationship. Stolas gets fucked, Blitz gets to borrow the magic book. But in episode 6, it's implied that Blitz wants a genuine relationship with Stolas, but can't because he's on a chain, a metaphor to both the relationship being built on a deal and the fact that imps are looked down upon so they can never be seen on the same level. Okay, so maybe their dynamic is just naturally changing. Blitz is seeing more admirable qualities in Stolas, and that's causing him to develop actual feelings. Until the very next episode, when he asks him out on a date, not because he cares about Stolas at all, but because he has ulterior motives. It just flip-flops, not really knowing what it wants to do with this couple. Looking back, it's very clear to me that this wasn't the original intention with these characters. In earlier scenes of them together, Blitz is always despondent and apathetic, giving off the impression of an employee working at a job they hate, and that's because that's exactly what it is. Stolas holds immense power over Blitz. If he was just slightly more corrupt, he could have easily intentionally held this over Blitz's head to force a relationship. It actually could have made for some really compelling drama. But over time, a thought crossed Vivzie's mind. Wouldn't it be so much more interesting if they were an actual couple? So that original idea of their dynamic was painted over and retconned into them wanting to be together, but Blitz is an imp and Stolas is royalty. She thought the new dynamic would be more interesting, so she added it to her show, even if it didn't align with what was already there. The reason there are so many insane, nonsensical decisions in her shows is because Vivzy doesn't write based on what makes sense. She writes based on what feels right in the moment without considering the long-term ramifications or implications. In a normal story, your job as a writer is to set up dominoes so you can eventually knock them down in a satisfying way. That setting up dominoes bores her. She wants payoffs with no setup, so she just throws dominoes at her characters without thinking things through. This problem can be found in every story she touches. So here's what I'm proposing. Because of her vibe-based approach to writing, the rule is this. If given enough time, every character will eventually pass the point in which they are given retcons to the very base of their character. Retcons that will allow for Vivzypop to add more hype moments at the cost of logic and consistency. This is why Lucifer goes from somewhat incompetent to a bumbling idiot. This is why Alistair gets so easily offended at a simple argument. She gets an idea for cool moments and then bends reality to her will to make them happen without considering the direct damage that causes to her world and characters. This is the Stolas event horizon at work. She doesn't care if it conflicts with the characters because it ultimately leads to a cool moment, and in her mind, that makes up for it. This is what you've been seeing with nearly every one of my complaints. I can tell you right now that the reason Vox gets his head torn off for literally no reason without consequence is because she already came up with something cooler and she didn't feel like smoothly leading into that. She couldn't let him take over heaven because she's already come up with something else.
It's Fraz.
Once something cooler pops
Yes,
into her
guys, you
mind,
heard it
she
right.
loses
This is
interest with
Fraz.
what's already there.
It's funny.
When I watched the cast all split up fighting against the V's, I began to realize something. Specifically, in the moment where Nifty kicked Velvet out of the Vox Tech window and she broke on the ground like a doll. You might have heard people make the complaint that Hazbin Hotel doesn't really feel like it has designed characters, but rather OCs. OCs in the pejorative sense. This is my original character, Wing Rainbow Deathman, and he has trauma! This observation isn't just pointing out the rule of cool. It's pointing towards the fact that Vivzypop's characters aren't really characters, they're toys. Velvet is literally a Barbie doll that's dressed up in new clothes every time she makes an appearance. And here's the thing, there's some cool toys too, with play features across the board. The reason Vox doesn't die here is because he's too good of a toy to want to put down. She already has way more ideas on what to do with him, even if his story would have been perfect if it ended here. This franchise is her toy box, and she won't move on from playing with them until she gets bored or until a new toy comes along to replace it. Season 1 suffered from its lack of time to work with. Season 2 now suffers from having too much of it. Vivzypop has been on record saying that she wants Hazbin Hotel to have 5 or 6 seasons.
What do you mean with cracking
it's impossible to allow for such an extreme status quo change this early into the story. Who cares if it would have been better for the narrative? Who cares if that's what the whole season was building towards? Who cares if you think the ending is disappointing? You'll watch it anyway. This train is going straight to hell.
Yes, guys, you
and
heard
you'll
it
be
right.
riding
This is
it until you
Fraz.
touch the lava. And do you want to know why she said she wanted 6 seasons? Do you think it was because she has 6 seasons worth of ideas? No. She said it would be cool to have 6 seasons because BoJack Horseman had 6 seasons. And she likes BoJack Horseman.
BoJack's my favorite series ever, and it got to 6, so I'm like, I'm just gonna go with that as like my favorite show went to 6, so 6 would be cool.
This is the level of planning we're on. I have no doubt that Hazbin Hotel seasons 4, 5, and probably 6 will have some very cool moments. But they'll never be impactful until Vivzy learns how to properly fit them into her story in a way that makes sense. The whole season script needed a second draft. It's currently at a point where anyone just casually watching can poke holes in its wings just by asking simple questions. Recently, I went back and rewatched the pilot, and to be honest, it was still just as fantastic as when I first watched it. The way it perfectly shows the audience a narrow slice of this vast world was enough
I
to
told
keep my
y'all
full
Fraz has
attention even all
fanboy
these
potential.
later.
Oh my
It made me
god.
wanna see the full vision
He
of
always
the
had
show,
fanboy.
a
Listen,
vision
listen,
which can be
listen.
fully
He
realized.
always had
When I
fanboy
first watched the
potential.
pilot, I was pretty lost when
I
these
just
seemingly
didn't have.
random,
I just
unfamiliar
didn't have
faces
the
kept
energy to
popping
do
up.
it yet.
And now that I have the
Now I
context of
do.
watching the full
It's
series,
Christmas,
I
and
can't
now
help
it's
but
and
feel
it's also
incredibly
Christmas.
proud
So
of
you know
Vivzy
what?
Pop.
Merry
Even
Christmas,
back in this
guys.
30-minute pilot, you
Lamau.
can see a glimpse into her vision, her hopes, her dreams, one that she carried for so long, finally out there for the world to see. But that doesn't mean it's been realized. With its 2 seasons of runtime, Hazbin Hotel just goes into detail on things we've already seen. I know about as much about these characters now as I did 6 years ago. The full show doesn't go into any more detail about them, it just makes the shots linger for 2 minutes instead of 2 seconds. Only with hindsight can we realize that when you put your best foot forward, the next step will never quite live up to it. I want to say that I hope it continues getting better and improving. I want to say that we're still just a few years away from this series being genuinely great. I know my 13-year-old self would want nothing more. But I'll be honest, you can't really blame me for feeling a bit sick of this cycle by now. And as of that 3-second moment, I think I'm finally ready to say that I'm done.
There we go. There you go. Bye, Andre. He's so... my god. Lamau. Let me tell you something, guys. Because, listen. Let me tell you something, guys. Because this is still because he is still the gender bent version of Frenzy. You know what this means. Frez has plump lips. I'll let you guys think about that for a bit. Lamau.
Imagine your kids using a popular chibi game specifically for children. But what you don't know is that just below
First,
those
take that
cute
dress
animations
off! Oh my
lies a
god.
world so
Let me
disturbing,
test
it
that.
started
Please.
happily.
We
Fueled
kiss
some
in those
truly
lips.
unhinged
Oh my
racist
god.
propaganda,
Oh god.
and even got the
Jesus.
creator tangled up in a weird family-on-family situation. This is the disturbing Gacha Life iceberg.
I'm not joking. He got them
Tier
plump
one,
lips.
Gacha heat.
So if you
Imagine
so if
scrolling through
you
your kid's tablet and seeing
so
a
if you
wide-eyed
put
cartoon
lipstick on
character
his
suddenly
so you know
start
if you
doing
give
things no
so
child's
if
app
you
should
basically
even know
paint
exists.
his lips
Gacha
well
Life
so if
is
you
a free
basically
from
put lipstick on his
2018 where
lips,
anyone
made
can
more
build
plumper.
cute
Just
anime-style
saying.
avatars, slap on outfits, and act out little skits. Think digital paper dolls for telling wholesome tales. Except one subgenre decided wholesome was optional, and that's gacha heat. A trend of animations featuring same-blood relationship, assault, and other themes that would give any parent a heart attack. The origins are as depressing as you'd expect. The Gacha Life app launched as a harmless creative outlet, but within months, users started pushing boundaries. Creators began pumping out this disturbing content, and a community of kids, some as young as 9,
Zeph was
just ate it
struggling
up.
to
To make
speak.
things worse,
Yeah.
the algorithm, in its
Because
infinite wisdom, decided this was exactly what the
sorry.
youth needed and started promoting the absolute worst of it. By
I'm
2019,
sorry.
Gacha Life cringe compilations
I'm a
were
little
popping up
disoriented.
everywhere. Well-meaning commentators like PK Russell made videos condemning the trend. But ironically, those criticism videos became its best marketing campaign. They basically handed this trend a megaphone, introducing it to a new wave of kids who thought it looked edgy and fun. So the cycle was born. Create heat, get criticized, gain more viewers, rinse and repeat. The developer Luname tried to
let me
stop the
draw a
drama in
few more
2020
and then
by
we'll end
removing
the stream
suggestive poses
afterwards.
and clothes from the app, but it did absolutely nothing. Kids just used other apps to edit their videos, and the whole community migrated to
And
TikTok.
now, because I
They
want
also
to,
started hiding their work
hold on.
under innocent tags like #GachaStore. As you expect, the result was not a happy ending. Real-world safety groups had to issue official warnings to parents. You can actually find posts online from parents who caught their 9-year-old watching animated NSFW scenes featuring these cute chibi characters. Meanwhile, YouTube's moderation seems to have the whole thing backwards. A video showing explicit content can get hundreds of thousands of views with no age restriction, but a video explaining why gacha heat is dangerous will get flagged and buried. Today, the gross content is still there. The apps are still full of kids, and the people in charge don't seem to know how to fix it. It's a perfect example of the internet failing to protect children from themselves. Cyberbullying. If you thought the explicit content was bad, that's just the opening course. The real heat of Gacha Life community is bullying. And it's not just kids messing around. There's a full-blown digital war where they dox each other, send death threats, and sometimes even fake their own deaths for attention. It's the kind of chaos that makes reality TV look calm. The trouble usually starts with something small, like a fight over an original character, or someone's video being called
Frez does have a
cringe.
nice waist.
But
Just
then it
saying.
escalates fast. Take the case of 11-year-old BB Berry, for example. She was caught drawing some inappropriate art of her own characters. The community didn't approve of her behavior, and their way of showing it was to go full scorched earth on the kid. They doxed her, hacked her channel, and sent so much hate that she flaked, being depressed for sympathy. But that backfired spectacularly, and she was eventually chased off the internet for good. Then you have the infamous cases like Sweet Lemons and Kyla Gaming. Their strategy was simple. They target someone to bully, but when they got called out, they fake their own deaths to make their victims feel guilty. As if faking deaths isn't bad enough, the community has a real talent for attracting predators. There's grooming scandals with creators like Len Totally, who targeted a 15-year-old fan, and Hatsumi Ro, who threatened to take her own life to manipulate a 14-year-old. We'll get deeper into these stories later on Tier 2. The consequences of cyberbullying are very real, especially for the victims. In one case, an 11-year-old was targeted and harassed for years. He got messages mocking his dead father, threats telling him to hurt himself, and fake accusations of being a As usual, the platform's response was disappointing. YouTube gave him strikes for his rants against the bullies, putting his channel at risk while his harassers faced no consequences. There are even darker, unconfirmed reports of a 12-year-old who actually took their own life.
Every version of
after
Zeph and
getting
her
flooded
OCs
with death
have
threats
good
for
hips
being
to
a
grip and
gotcha
touch.
kid. The
I
through
think I
line
have
is
a,
always the same.
I don't
Minor
know.
gets
I think I
targeted
have a
on,
fascination
community
for that
reacts with
for some
explosive
reason.
rage,
Just giving
and the
them that.
platforms
Like,
do
yeah,
little
why
or
not?
nothing to
You
stop
get
missing deaths.
nice
What if I
hits
told you
and
the
flat
biggest
and
mystery in
you
the
get
Gacha
nice
Life
hits
universe
placing
isn't buried in the
fast.
community at all? It's Looney, the guy who created it. Looney started making simple anime games back in 2012 and struck gold with Gacha Life in 2018. For a while, he was everywhere, engaging with fans, posting updates, and running things like a one-man studio. Then, around 2021, he pretty much vanished. The internet, being the internet, immediately jumped to the most dramatic conclusion possible. Looney had been arrested. The story went that he was being held responsible for all the gacha heat content his users were making. And, of course, the longer he stayed silent, the darker the rumors got. Accusations started flying that he was a predator, though the evidence was shaky at best. Screenshots with no source, a gender-swapped character, and vague claims about
Excuse
Discord
me,
chats
shit,
that no
I
one
thought
could
you were
verify.
my wife, my
It got
bad.
so bad that a fan site actually
Shit, I thought
published
you were
a
my
full
man,
article
my wife, man, my
reviewing the
bad.
rumors and basically said there was nothing to them. But in a community full of kids,
Then again,
logic
Cuphead
doesn't
wouldn't
always
care.
stand a
He's
chance.
like,
Then, in 2023,
Although-
Louis suddenly reappeared to announce
I wouldn't
Gacha
mind
Life
tapping you
2.
as
You'd
well,
think that would calm
Toots.
people down,
Just
but it
saying,
didn't.
I'm a
Whenever
man.
he goes
That
quiet,
doesn't
like
change
a
the
few months
fact
he
I'd
slowed
still
down,
tap
in
you.
mid-2024, the same chorus starts up again. Where is the Looney? Followed by accusations that he's abandoned the games or lied about updates. It wasn't until 2024 that Looney finally addressed the whole thing in an interview. He said he took a break because he was completely burnt out. The constant updates, community backlash, and personal stress during COVID had worn him down. And really, that explanation made sense. It was just not as entertaining as a made-up prison sentence. The funniest part of all of this is that the official Luname social media accounts were posting the whole time. The company never actually disappeared. People just ignored that part because, well, it ruined a good mystery. Miss Chocolate. Most creators don't want controversy, but Miss Chocolate, better known as Nahima Rahman, seems to actively hunt for it. Gacha tubers are creators who use the Gacha Life app to make little anime-styled videos, memes, skits, short stories, that kind of thing, and post them on YouTube. With over 1 million subscribers, Miss Chocolate is one of the biggest names in the scene, and also one of the most controversial. She built her brand on a character she voices that's cocky, dim-witted, and playfully violent. And as you'd expect, her videos are filled with abuse, murder, and plenty of blood, usually without a single trigger warning. Her real talent, if you can call it that, is in thumbnail design. She has a real eye for the unsettling. One of her thumbnails shows a white figure staring at a female figure's breast as she takes a picture, while another features a character with an ahegao expression for a video about fish eating sand. The most disturbing one showed her pulling a chain like a noose around a suffocating figure to celebrate hitting 900k subscribers. Her content got so disturbing that she's been repeatedly accused of racism. In one video, she stereotyped Chinese culture by dressing a character in a traditional Hanfu for no reason. In another, she depicted the USA with a police officer pointing a gun at someone carrying pride flags. She's also been called out for altering characters' skin tones mid-video, making them lighter, which viewers rightly labeled as racist. But why stop there? She also has a habit of trivializing serious trauma. She made a meme about a boyfriend dying, joked about COVID-19 after a creator revealed his parents died from it, and most infamously, capitalized on the death of popular Minecraft YouTuber Technoblade with a deeply disrespectful video. When confronted, her strategy is simple: run. The community memes her as a track star for how fast she avoids accountability. She dismisses critics as ranters, makes videos mocking them, and rarely offers a sincere apology. In early 2022, she posted a video of her character trying to hang herself after failing a test. It was fully animated, complete with blood effects and graphic detail. She claimed it was just a way to show off her blood-drawing skills. The backlash was instant. People called it out for glorifying rage-quitting life to a kid audience, and YouTube took it down for violating its rules on harmful content. Nahima didn't take it well. She clapped back at one critic, saying he was judging without knowing the full story, called everyone dumb and rude, disappeared for a bit, then came back with even more drama. She briefly promised to change after a hiatus, but the cycle always continues. Sweet Lemons. Back in May 2020, a 14-year-old gacha creator, Sweet Lemons, decided the best way to win an online feud was to fake her own death. Yeah, literally. The whole thing started with a classic gacha community culture, stealing each other's original characters, or OCs. Sweet Lemons discovered a user named Emily. Emily was making not safe for work edits of her precious chibi creations.
What?
We're talking explicit, creepy family roleplay content. Sweet Lemons did what any sane person would do and told her to quit. For a second, it seemed like Emily agreed. Then she went nuclear. She started throwing insults, told Sweet Lemons to cry to her mother, and followed it up by saying her mom didn't love her. Real picture of maturity right there. The messages escalated to a point where Emily was actively encouraging Sweet Lemons to off herself, telling her to just do it and that she wouldn't stop until she did. To get revenge, Sweet Lemons decided to weaponize the entire internet sympathy. So on May 21st, a post from her cousin announced she had taken her own life. Then her final note was circulated, and the gacha community paid their tributes. We're talking angelic fan art, haloed characters with lemon motifs, and YouTube videos set to sad music. The subreddit Gacha Life Cringe got so flooded with memorial posts, the mods had to lock it down. It was a big digital funeral for a girl who was, technically, still breathing. Meanwhile, Emily, the bully, became public enemy number 1. She was branded a murderer and drowned in thousands of death threats. Then the plot thickened. 9 days later, on May 30th, it came out that Sweet Lemons wasn't gone, just busy faking being gone. Her grand justification was to teach Emily a lesson. The entire performance, the cousin, the note, the global mourning, was all an elaborate revenge scheme that blew up in her face. The community's grief instantly curdled into betrayal. Survivors of genuine attempts called her out, saying how much this kind of hoax hurts. The outpouring of support turned into a torrent of outrage. She started as a victim of harassment, but ended as her own enemy. Now we know you can't fake your death without pissing off a few thousand people who genuinely cared. Fizzy Pop. Some gacha drama is complicated, but this one wasn't. In spring 2021, a creator called Fizzy Pop uploaded a video telling people to unsubscribe from Thuman and 2 other black creators. Thuman, a black gacha artist, had been getting racist backlash for drawing herself as Kiki from Kiki's
I
Delivery
honestly
Service.
just like
And like
watching
every engagement seeker,
icebergs.
Fizzy Pop
That's
jumped
it.
in, called her and the other black creators a bunch of slurs, and then tried to spin it like she was making a valid point. Thuman, rightfully, just tweeted a screenshot with some tired emojis and tried to move on. Fizzy Pop, however, took it as a challenge. She launched a full-scale campaign. She made a second video directly responding to Thuman's tweet, demanding she accept her criticism. Then she created a third video using gacha life avatars. She depicted Thuman and the other creators as pets and slaves. When that video didn't get a response from Thuman, she switched tactics and started spamming Thuman's comments section, asking why anyone would even want to learn how to draw black people from her tutorials. The private messages
You're
were
fine,
even worse.
Arwen. You're
they
not
were filled with
lagging.
slurs and insults, including her directly calling Thuman a coward. After Thuman posted a video addressing the harassment, Fizzy Pop suddenly claimed she'd grown a conscience. She tried to apologize, but the apology videos were a disaster. One painted her as the victim, and another argued that people were just too sensitive about a word. Thuman saw through it immediately and blocked her, hoping that would finally end it. But again, it was merely the end of Act 1. In October 2021, Thuman got a message from an account claiming to be Fizzy Pop's partner. It read, "My girlfriend is dead because of you." The person accused Thuman of driving Fizzy Pop to take her own life. Thuman, being smarter than this, immediately suspected it was just Fizzy Pop using an alternate account. The partner even sent a blurry hand photo as proof that it wasn't Fizzy Pop. Those messages would have been convincing if they were meant for a 5-year-old. but they weren't. The scam escalated with an email supposedly from Fizzypop from Beyond the Grave, filled with more slurs and threats. This finally pushed Thuman to make a video in March 2022 that laid out the entire timeline and garnered over 1 million views. So what's Fizzypop's reaction? She staged a fake hack of her own channel to expose her own racism. Then, she officially returned in a video and casually admitted she faked her own death because she was bored. She even updated her channel bio to announce that her apologies were fake and her racism was real. Charlotte May. At this point, it probably seems like the unsupervised
I really
kids
shouldn't
making
have
videos
the
were the
ability
whole
to
issue.
draw.
It turns out the mess started from the creator himself. Charlotte May is a recurring character in Looney's games, acting as a kind of community manager. Looney, real name Lucas Lee, is the founder and lead developer of Lunamay, the company that created Gacha Life and many other gacha games such as Gacha Club and Gacha Studio. She's modeled after Looney's real-life sister. That detail turns out to be
Get you a man who is get you a man who's like this, but also can fucking kick your ass at the same time.
Bikini top, very short denim shorts, and her signature striped stockings. The problem wasn't just the outfit itself; it was the game's resort mode, a mechanic where you built affection with characters by tapping on them. You could tap their head for a cute line, or their nose for a game update. But the system also let you tap other more sensitive areas. Tapping Charlotte's chest would get you a line about her suit. Tapping her crotch prompted her to snap. Touch me again and you're banned. On paper, these were probably meant as joke responses. But this was a game played largely by children, centered on a cartoon version of the developer's sister, which, understandably, sparked questions that really should have been in police reports. Forums like Reddit's Gacha Life Cringe lit up with accusations that Looney was objectifying his own sister's self-insert. The combination of the familial connection and the questionable tap mechanics was a controversy waiting to happen. The fact that players could put this same bikini outfit on other, more childlike character models only added more fuel to the fire. And then the Gacha Hate community arrived to make everything 1,000 times worse. They took Charlotte's preset and used it in their explicit animations. That meant a character, already tangled in a controversy, became the poster child for the community's nastiest creations. It created a feedback loop where critics would point to the fan-made explicit content as proof the original design was predatory. In the end, there were no arrests or victim statements. Just another case of a developer handing kids a loaded gun and acting shocked when it went off. Rosie Closey. So you climb to the top of the gacha world. Everyone calls you the mother of the community. And then one morning, your name is trending on TikTok for all the wrong reasons. That's the situation Rosie Closey found herself in. Things started heating up around 2022 when allegations emerged that she, as an adult, was shipping herself with a 16-year-old character named Luke from her own series. The claims even included some explicit artwork, because apparently that's what mature adults like to do with their free time. As you can imagine, people had a lot of opinions. Rosie Closey and her husband Jason responded to the claims. Their defense basically boiled down to 3 points. First, they said it was all just inside jokes with friends and was never meant to be taken seriously. Second, they argued that since the characters are fictional, the jokes shouldn't be a big deal.
What the?
And third, they claimed the whole situation was started by a hate group that got banned from their servers and decided to get revenge by trying to cancel her. Their response wasn't a big public video or post. It was mostly comments under other people's videos. So for years, these claims kept bubbling up because there was never a clear dedicated statement from her main channel to address it head on. Just when the scandal was dying down, there was a new subplot: staff mistreatment. Rosie Closey was accused of being mean to staff members on her private Discord server called Mystic Meadow. It got so bad that staff started bailing left and right. One person, known only as Abby, got demoted and didn't take it well, which led to a whole other messy situation. To make things even more entertaining, the main server is now behind a paywall. You need a $5 YouTube membership just to see what's going on. While all this was happening, Rosie Closey was conveniently nowhere to be found, so the blame landed on Jason. When she finally returned, the paywall stayed up. So did the complaints about shipping and staff treatment. Tier 3. Cleovio. Most creators are fine just making content, but Cleovio wasn't. She built her whole career on controversy and got really good at it. And like most internet disasters, it all started with politics. In late 2023, Cleo voiced strong support for Palestine. This immediately put her on a collision course with another creator, Pachitrix, who argued that discussing a potential genocide was a bit heavy for an audience of kids. He privately asked her to cool it, but Cleo didn't just disagree. She took it very personally. She accused him of being complacent and basically rolling out the welcome mat for Zionists. Then she mobilized her fans to spam Free Palestine all over his channel. Her critics called it a targeted harassment campaign. She called it activism. Pachitrix fought back by deleting every comment and then publicly mocking Cleo by sharing a private, emotional vent post she had made. The whole community just split right down in the middle. You had people calling Cleo a brave activist, and others saying she was a bully dragging real-world violence into a space for cartoon characters. Cleo just doubled down, posting that Randers won't stop her from speaking up, and that set the stage for her next move. A scandal so much worse, it made the political fighting look like a playground argument. In early June 2024, everything exploded. Cleo herself leaked a video where she and a friend were depicted in Nazi uniforms terrorizing characters dressed as Israelis. The clip was captioned with their mutual hate for Israelis. To absolutely no one's surprise, playing dress up as a Nazi didn't do great things for her public image. Then, as if on cue, a commentary channel named Jack the Baron dropped a whole new folder of evidence the very next day. He released Discord screenshots that showed Cleo using the N-word and sending death threats to Jewish people. The backlash was instant and brutal. Cleo's defense was shaky at best. She claimed the screenshots were fake and taken out of context. But for most people, the evidence was impossible to ignore. Her reputation tanked overnight, and she was branded as a creator with some seriously hateful views. In light of all the drama, Cleo's YouTube channel was terminated. The platform's official reason was that she was underage, but the timing made it clear that the scandal was the real cause. In a twist that frustrated many, she successfully appealed and got her channel back within days, but the trust was gone. Now, Cleo Vio just exists in the state of limbo. She's a content creator who technically survived the hate speech scandal, but can't ever really wash the stink off. Verification scams. Imagine your daughter's favorite online hangout forum turns out to be the hunting ground for predators. This is exactly what happened to the parents of a 10-year-old girl named Kala McGarry on an app called Amino. In July of 2019, Kala was using Amino, a popular app where fans hang out in themed groups. She joined a gacha life community that claimed to be a safe space for young girls. Keyword claim. One evening, she received a private message from a user calling herself Mandy. Mandy claimed to be an official Amino staff member and said Kala needed to verify she was a girl to stay in the safe space. Now, the disturbing part was the verification method. She had to send a photo of her bare chest. The message came wrapped in cheerful corporate talk about extra security features, but the threat underneath was obvious. She had to do what they were asking or she would be kicked out. The only reason this story didn't end horribly is because Kala had a smart mom. Her mother, Nicola, had already warned her about strangers online. So instead of doing what the message said, Kala showed it to her. Nicola was horrified, mostly because she knew plenty of other kids would have fallen for it. The message used fake authority and the threat of being kicked out, which is basically the perfect mix for manipulating a child. Nicola reported the incident to Amino, who gave a standard corporate response about their zero-tolerance policy and advanced technologies. They threw big words around and claimed to have contacted the police, but no public update on an arrest ever came. Meanwhile, Nicola took the story to the press and sounded the alarm that predators had found their way into an app supposedly made for children. Lunamid decided to stay on top of it by making it clear that their game had no image sharing feature. They said the problem was with Amino, not them. And that was that. Jello Bug Studios. This creator became the central figure in a war that showed just how toxic the community could get. Jello Bug, a lesbian YouTuber, built her channel on LGBT-themed gacha stories. On the surface, that sounds positive, but in practice, let's just say the stories were not exactly kid-friendly. Her videos, often rated 13+, were packed with sexual elements. We're talking family affairs, assault storylines, and abuse, all acted out by cute chibi characters. She used creative euphemisms like calling ejaculation milk, and even had community posts showing milk stains. So, you know, really subtle stuff. The backlash was inevitable. Critics accused her of fetishizing LGBTQ relationships and targeting a young audience with inappropriate material. Then, in March 2020, she decided to handle criticism in the worst way possible. A YouTuber named Galaxy Is Okay made a video critiquing her low-effort fetishizing content, and Jellobug's brilliant response was to file a false copyright strike against him to get the criticism taken down. That single move turned a lot of the community against her. and attracted the attention of a much more dangerous group. This is where the Anti-Gacha Life Council, or AGLC, entered the mix. They were a vigilante group dedicated to taking down problematic gacha creators. But their methods were unconventional, to say the least. They doxed her, dragged her, and then sent her tutorials on how to end the game. Finally, they demanded she remove the copyright strikes and apologize on a face cam video. Even after she complied, they used throwaway accounts to file more false strikes against her channel, which led to its eventual termination in April 2020. In the end, Jellobug was gone, but the victory was hollow. The AGLC became monsters themselves. Meowba. If you were trying to design the ultimate internet troll in a lab, you'd probably end up with something like Meowba. This Australian troll, who called herself a professional kawaii anime waifu, exploded on TikTok in March 2022 and immediately became the worst person online in record time. Her branding is a PNG avatar with purple hair, a high-pitched voice, and broken Japanese that sounded like Google Translate had a stroke. But this was just the rapping. Just days after her first video, Meowba was reading comments on a live stream. Someone asked her to say the R slur, a deeply offensive term for people with disabilities. And without a single second of hesitation, she said it, clearly, and then giggled. The backlash was instant. She responded by posting an apology video, and that is where she perfected her craft. The entire apology was delivered while she was loudly chewing food. She called the community of people living with disabilities a fandom, and said, Meow did not realize the R word was a slur used against mentally challenged people, all while munching away. This set the pattern for every next episode. One time, clips surfaced of Meowba telling shy users in her Discord server to end their lives, and casually dropping the N-word and F-slur. Then, as if her behavior wasn't despicable enough, she decided to take things up a notch. On the first day of Ramadan in 2022, she made a video claiming she could beat Allah in a fight, and nicknamed herself Meowbala. Later that year, on October 29, she told her mostly Indonesian audience that Indonesia was a dog country. But the moment that truly defined her brand was her tribute to Technoblade, the beloved Minecraft YouTuber who passed away from cancer in June 2022. A little over a month after his passing, Meowba posted NSFW artwork on her Patreon depicting herself with Technoblade's corpse and the Austrian painter. If that sentence made you want to bleach your brain, you're not alone. She shared the censored version on Twitter and hid the explicit one behind a paywall, basically trying to cash in on the tragedy. She followed it up with a video where she touched a Technoblade plushie. When called out for necrophilia, she called it supportive art in remembrance. It was a disturbing, attention-grabbing stunt that crossed every possible line, all delivered with a toxic ooh-woo aesthetic. By the end of 2022, Meowba's actions led to widespread deplatforming. Her social media got banned, and the Discord server was shut down. With all that heat, she finally went quiet, leaving behind just a few Patreon posts. This all just goes to show that even the most dedicated trolls eventually run out of bridges to burn. Bella the Wolf. Plenty of gacha tubers do bad things. Then there's Bella the Wolf, who built a whole drama machine just to keep the likes coming. Bella's brand was built on being the internet's edgelord. She had a real talent for picking the most sensitive topics possible. She mocked soldiers by making videos where she repeatedly kills them and their dogs in gacha animations. She made fun of the death of Technoblade by accusing him of racism via a fake Twitter account and claiming he had no purpose. Then she moved on to religion, creating posts that declared Bella is the new god, or the face of Allah, and Bella's better than Jesus. She also got accused of animal abuse in her videos, but no one knows for sure if she hurt her own cat. The edgy posts were only the start. Her Discord server basically ran like a bullying cult. She and her staff picked targets, sent death threats, and told kids to kill themselves. They even doxed a 10-year-old, leaked their phone number, and kept harassing them until the mom had to change it. Bella didn't stop there. She posted critics' phone numbers in schools for everyone to see. Despite multiple cancellations and exposure videos detailing her actions, Bella's platform stuck around for a long time. Her YouTube channel was eventually banned in late 2024. Before that, she would post insincere apology videos, and then continue her behavior, treating the entire cycle as a game. Darren Blue. If you want to understand how the gacha community got so messed up, you have to start at the source, the developer himself, Lucas Looney Lee. Because it turns out the whole disturbing ecosystem didn't grow by accident. A lot of it was practically built into the foundation. Let's start with the assets. In gacha life, Looney included mouth options like a drooling face and a tongue sticking out. These were predictably exploited by kids to create explicit Gacha Heat content. He removed them in one update, only to thoughtfully add them right back in Gacha Club. The games were full of options for explicit content. Gacha Studio had pole dancing and twerk poses. Gacha Club reportedly included a prop that looked like an adult novelty item. And then there was Gacha Resort, which was apparently too explicit for Apple's App Store. The game let players tap on female characters' chests and crotches for suggestive dialogue. And if you remember, one of those characters was a self-insert of Looney's own real-life sister. Yes, he put his sister in a bikini and programmed the game to react when you tap her private areas. Just a normal day at the office. The problems went deeper than just visuals. Looney included personality traits
Close enough.
like
We
sadist
finally
and
have Catboy
masochist
Fries.
characters, directly introducing BDSM
Fine.
terminology to a game rated for 9-year-olds. The game originally had unmoderated chat rooms labeled ecchi and 18+, which were only removed after massive backlash. He even allegedly planned a collaboration with Nataku, an adult game company, for a cancelled project. He also ran a contest that encouraged his young fans to participate, without exactly clarifying the game's true nature. But perhaps his biggest failure is his behavior towards real predators in his ecosystem. When a known groomer named Len Totally was exposed in the community, Looney kept the Predator's character preset in Gacha Club,
Fanboy
which
Fries.
effectively
Let me
promoted
correct that
We'll
one.
talk about him more in Tier
Where's
4.
his color
He did the
stairs?
same for other problematic creators. His moderation strategy seemed to prioritize removing random kids who made NSFW content
What are you talking
over
about?
confirmed child
What are you
predators
talking about? It's right
actively
there. You
grooming
don't
his
see
user
it?
base.
Lamau.
His platform provided the
Wanna
tools and
steal
the
these
audience for this
socks?
toxicity to
Cute.
grow.
I do
He
admit, I
consistently
actually don't.
refused
I
to
actually
take meaningful
want those
responsibility.
shoes.
With all those factors at play,
Oh,
the final
socks.
result is an ecosystem where children are
I want
exposed to
those
explicit
socks.
content, left unprotected from predators, and the guy in charge just keeps handing out more matches. Tier 4. BB Berry. Before Gacha Life became the cultural beast it is now, its predecessor, Gacha Studio, was already brewing its own share of drama. One of the earliest names tied to that mess was an 11-year-old creator known as BB Berry. Now, most of what you're
Fluffy
about
sounds
to
so
hear
tired.
comes
I
from
am
old
tired.
posts,
For
deleted
some
videos, and
reason.
community
I've been
docs.
sleeping very
The details
early
are shaky,
nowadays.
so think of this
No
more
thanks
as
to Ink,
a
of
legend
course.
that built up around it. Back in
That
2017
motherfucker.
and 2018, the Gacha community was tiny. BB Berry was just another kid making short mini-movies. But according to old posts and screenshots, she had a bit of a reputation.
I
The story
did
goes
say
that
I'm
she
going
sent hate
to.
smaller
Well, I
creators,
did say that
big
I'm going to
fights,
draw a
and
little
stirred
bit,
up
and then
drama
I'm gonna
behind
go to
the
bed.
scenes. But that
You
was
know what?
apparently
I think I
justified.
fed you guys
Things
enough for
supposedly
today. I
escalated
mean,
when a
look
former
at
friend
this.
exposed
Look
her.
at this.
That's when the community
This one
claimed she had a
specifically.
secret
He looked
obsession with
so
NSFW
submissive in
art.
this one.
The
God
rumor
damn
was
it,
that she'd been
Fraz.
drawing
Fraz.
explicit versions of her own
Fraz, my
Gacha
boy.
characters
You need to
sharing
lock the
them with
fuck
others.
in, brother.
Now remember, this was
Brother,
a
you need to
mostly
lock the
wholesome
fuck
kid-heavy
in.
community at the time.
It's
So the
okay.
reaction was
You poor
immediate.
boy.
And
Oh
when
my
the backlash
god.
hit, the story goes that BB Berry didn't exactly handle it gracefully.
Oh
Instead of
my
apologizing,
God.
we'll say she
God
tried
damn
to
it.
play
God
the
damn it,
sympathy
Arwen.
card. According to those same accounts, she made videos where she claimed to be depressed and hinted at self-harm, supposedly to guilt the community
Alright,
into forgiving
well-
her. She made videos showing her gacha OCs acting out sob stories, which just made the
I
whole
think
thing
it would
look
be
more
good
like
at being a
damage
model would be a
control
good job for
than
Fraz and
genuine
Frenzy. Maybe a different side job. Fraz, don't listen. Keep not locking it. God damn it. You might see more femboy Fraz in the next stream. Maybe. If I want to. Lamau. Alright, thank you guys for watching this entire thing. Yes, you guys will see this in the community post as always, so feel free to save or screenshot them, of course. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the next video or stream. Bye everybody. Love y'all.